Welcome to Predator.
Talking about gaming, we will have to talk about Predator. And we want to talk about the evergreen skill on Amazon. Top 10 Amazon skill, only one gaming. That's Helio 300.
Yeah, I'll go get that right away, Jason. The beautiful Helios 300. Some may have seen it before, but they haven't seen it like this. This particular Helios 300 matters a lot because, unlike the others, this has a 240 hertz screen with a 3 millisecond response time.
That sounds great.
So if you want buttery smooth graphics with almost tear-free gaming, this is going to be the perfect laptop for you. Naturally, you've got all the latest specs from Intel as well as NVIDIA, now up to a 2070 Max-Q. And, of course, our 4th Gen AeroBlade 3D cooling.
That will be one of our major focus is our thermal technology.
So if you're looking for a new laptop to take you into the world of AAA gaming or fast refresh FPS joy, the Helios 300 is the perfect laptop to
And
do just
relatively thin and light as well.
that. It is that. But the next one we're going to show you is not.
Let's look at the 700.
This Helios 700 is right over here, and it is quite the beast, Jason.
Now we want to look at the beast.
Obviously, this is a much thicker laptop, and that's for a good reason. The unique thing on the Helios 700 is the keyboard.
That's a famous one. I know about this sliding.
This is the Hyperdrift keyboard, and it's quite special because, one, obviously you get this beautiful wrist rest, which is unique, really, to this laptop. And the most important second thing is that it gives you direct access to the cooling. This allows you to pull in more air for extreme overclocking to push your processor, push your GPU, and push your frame rates much higher. But
one more thing this time is the keystroke.
That's right. WSAD on this keyboard are quite special because how they work is similar to an analog joystick. This means that in most games with an analog gamepad, you're able to move from 0 to 100 incrementally. However, with most keyboards, you're either on or off. You're either walking or running. There's no in-between speed. But with our MagForce keys, you're able to do just that.
And this time, we actually use optical technology to achieve that.
That's right. An optical laser will keep track of how far down you're pressing just to make sure that you have as much accuracy as possible. And while these are useful, we want to also give the gamers out there who like racing games a chance to try this as well, which is why we included our racing keys. These are similar to the MagForce keys, except these have a convex shape, which is more comfortable for long-term use, as well as a bit more travel distance.
The travel distance will give people the real feeling, a wonderful sense on how and what they are doing.
It's true. With most racing games, obviously, you're turning the wheels for longer periods of time, and just like the keys, we wanted to give a bit more key press on the downward motion so that it gives you at least the impression of driving with a wheel.
And for that, we want to see what Team Envy has to say.
I'm Jane, gamer, coach, and streamer for both Team Envy and the Dallas Fuel. A lot of people don't know this about me, but I actually used to play on a gaming laptop myself. This laptop, the Helios 700, is a dramatic improvement over any gaming laptop that I've ever used. There's usually quite a few trade-offs that you have to make in order to actually get that portability, and a lot of those big compromises that used to be deal breakers are no longer the case with the Helios 700. For a long time, gaming laptops have been stuck to 60 hertz, but this has an 144 hertz for competitive gamers and an absolutely gorgeous display on it. So I just finished the playtest and ran the computer through its paces, and honestly, really impressed. I was running Overwatch at ultra graphics, and it was easily maintaining 300 FPS, extremely low input lag. The monitor looked fantastic. Audio quality, again, great. They've managed to fit in a NVIDIA 20X RTX Super Graphics chip into this computer, and they have quite a cooling system on it as well. Not only did it perform at 300 FPS, ultra graphics, but it still had room left in the tank for more performance. The Helios 700 seems to be built with streaming in mind. The RTX encoder that they actually have on the graphics card allows you to offload some of that streaming process to one part of the card where the rest of the GPU and CPU is going to be focused on actually playing the game or whatever else you're doing on the computer. Now, if you're not so much on the streaming side and more interested in editing, rendering, uploading videos for something like YouTube, then the 10th generation Intel Core processor is making that stunningly fast. I'm super excited for you to be able to get your hands on this laptop, and I know that once we start traveling with Team Envy and Dallas Fuel in Season 4 of the Overwatch League, this is what's going to be in my backpack, and I'm going to be using it to get the job done.
On top of the thermal fan technology that we implemented, this time we actually use Power Gem.
That's right. We introduced the Power Gem not too long ago, but we've now implemented it into the Helio 700 itself, and the results are really quite amazing and
Let's look at
impressive.
some of the benchmark that we have done.
Sure, we have that right here. The first to notice is, before we jump into the chart, I wanted to mention that because we used the Power Gem, we were actually able to reduce the size of the chassis itself for the Helio 700.
Better form factor.
That's right. We were able to reduce that by just about 10 millimeters, but even compared to the latest technology, which is liquid metal grease, we were able to maintain significant advantage in Cinebench performance while keeping at a lower temperature.
So we'll be able to provide better performance, cooler temperature, and Power Gem become the latest technology.
Exactly, Jason, and that's really important because as games become more advanced and as gamers utilize more programs and streaming and other things, core performance is going to become more and more a necessity, making the Helio 700 really one of the most landmark machines of its time.
And it's not just the laptop that we're going to talk about today. We also have desktop that we are willing to share with you, Orion 9000. Let's look at the video. The desktop is actually the flagship, the monster machine for gamers.
That's right. With our Orion 9000 series, we wanted to kind of remake and reforge with a few different changes. And the first of those, Jason, is the tempered glass side panel right here.
No more muzzles, totally transparent.
It's very important for gamers to have a look at exactly what's going on, especially when you've got all the colors and the RGB and the ARGB going off. And this isn't just a normal side panel. It is EMI shielded as well.
That's very important. Do we want to emphasize it a little bit more on that?
Of course. For many people out there who are, say you're a streamer, your microphone will pick up interference and gray or white noise.
Like
Exactly. If you have a lot of electricity that's not shielded, or if you have a lot of electricity that's going from the system to the outside because your case isn't shielded, you will pick up that white noise.
Well, that also
Guaranteed.
protects some of the chips inside the system.
It does. It helps to keep a lot of EMI from going either inside or outside from other things interacting with the components. But that is really just the first of the changes. We actually darkened all the components because why not? If you're going to make everything look as good as possible, might as well.
Looks better.
It looks beautiful now.
And now you can see all the CPUs and you can see the GPUs and GeForce RTX all very visible there.
And that's not the only change. Obviously, if we're making these changes, we want to advance the cooling as well.
That's one of our key focus on our gaming machine, thermal technology.
And in order to do that, what we've done is we've created the Predator Frostblade. Similar how our laptops utilize the AeroBlade technology, Orion 9000 itself and actually uses 3 of these. I will explain them very quickly. Basically, what we have is a static pressure fan using our bionic fan blade approach, similar to our AirBlades does. And it also supports ARGB lighting, which anybody who's played with ARGB or RGB...
Fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Fun.
It's just for fun, but it looks really nice as well. And the components of the fan itself are actually very high. There's not any of that cheap plastic or other components. It's all...
Now we are talking about mechanical engineering.
Exactly. You have high-quality metal. You have high-quality rubbers that are utilized inside the fan blade itself so that it can create as much airflow as possible through the intake and the exhaust of the machine.
And we actually did the benchmark and show some data here.
Compared to the previous models that we used with the Orions, we saw a 16% increase in CFM, which is cubic feet per minute, and we also raised the static pressure of the fan as well.
A static pressure. Explain that a little bit more to people.
Sure. If you're using, say, a regular airflow, like high airflow fan in your system, the minute anything either gets in front of or behind that fan, your cubic feet per minute will slow down, and you don't have good airflow anymore. The answer to that is static pressure fans. With these fans, they will continue to pull high amounts of airflow, even though you have components or other things in front of or behind that fan. So if you're able to maintain high airflow and static pressure, you have a good fan on your hands.
That would be wonderful performance.
And that's exactly what the Orion 9000 brings to the table.
That sounds wonderful. But let's not forget about a new display that we are coming out with.
This is the Predator X25. And Acer, for me, Predator's always done great with their monitors, whether it's been curved or flat.
We're actually #1 in the world for gaming monitor.
For good reason. We're always trying to push the envelope in terms of our displays to see just what we can do with them. And the X25 is no different. This is a 360 hertz esports G-Sync gaming monitor with quite a few bells and whistles that I want to go into as well.
Yes, please, go ahead.
All right. The first of these is the adaptive light technology. And with this technology...
Adaptive light.
Yeah, adaptive light. And how this works, say you have playing a game with red or green or blue on the screen. It will project that same color onto the back, maybe onto the wall or whatever is behind the display, so that you're able to be kind of immersed in your environment.
More immersive feeling.
But beyond that, it actually is shown to reduce the amount of eye strain as well.
Oh, actually helpful to your eyes.
Exactly. And another feature of the adaptive light technology is that, say if you download RGB Light Sense, you can actually make use of our music mode. And if you're playing music,
another fun.
Yeah, it's fun to have. So if you're playing music, the lights will actually go along with whatever you're listening to as well.
That sounds great.
But the last thing that really helps with this is 3 additional features. They are called Light Sense, Proxy Sense, and Color Sense. And how these work is basically based on the environmental lighting in the room, they will adjust the contrast and the brightness.
So you will be able to detect the environment, adjust the lighting degree.
Yes, it will detect the amount of lighting in the room, and it will adjust them based on fitting exactly what it thinks is ideal for you. And those are adjustable as well. So if you prefer slightly brighter, you can change that default setting.
So for people for a long time, it's actually a very good device that people will be able to have ultimate.
Extremely fast, and yes, quite soft on the eyes as well.
Wonderful experience. And it's getting late.
It is, Jason.
Why don't we get a drink?
That sounds very good to me. And I think we have something perfect for that as well.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to introduce you a new energy drink.
This is the Predator
Shot.
That's right. The Predator Shot is full of vitamins and minerals. It also has vitamin B inside and lutein, which is actually quite good for the eyes.
You know, it's good time for us just to cheer it up.
Sounds good to me.
Cheers.
Cheers, Jason.
How do you like it?
I love it.
Well, after drinking, you have to have the drink. We'll be talking about comfort.
Comfort's extremely important. Obviously, every gamer uses a chair, no matter, and what they probably don't have is a massage chair.
Wait, everybody has a gaming chair, but this one is actually very different.
It's quite unique. It is, like we said, it's a Predator gaming chair with OSIM. And it's obviously a gaming chair, but what makes it different is that it actually has 2 Bluetooth speakers in the head area.
So it's a music chair as well.
Exactly. Like you can listen to music, you can utilize the speakers inside
so
it.
So you will be able to do massage like this one. One touch, you will start to roll.
Yeah, you can see it moving right there. And it can massage from the neck all the way down to the waist. And if you do want to recline, can recline up to 145 degrees.
So it's actually a gaming chair. You can also use it in your office and when you need to relax.
You can do all those things, and it actually works extremely well with another one of our machines, the Thronos Air.
So you will be able to squeeze it, move it inside the Thronos.
That's right. By the Thronos Air being extremely moddable means that you can put any chair inside. So why not add the Predator gaming chair with OSM for perfect relaxation and just enjoyment?
Sounds wonderful. Hey, Clark, it's coming to the end of our show today. And as we promised that we're going to answer some of the questions that during our session. What are some of the questions we have here?
That's right. We did ask people voted on which questions they like most. And one of the first questions we have is, will you keep making products to keep people safe after COVID-19?
Absolutely. Our commitment to make my code bill to be embedded in our system, and we already seen some of the touch panel already applied that technology, and we will do more and more. And on top of that, what we will do is we'll come out a whole series of pandemic prevention gadgets, starting from heat finders to prevent people got mingled together, healthy people and people have fevers, to other devices. So we do have a plan to make sure that people are well protected and stay safe. What's the next?
Well, actually, as we were going back and forth, some of the questions that were actually from the live chat, the crew told us, is there a possibility of combining enduro with gaming?
Wait a minute, say it again.
Enduro with gaming, something,
Enduro with gaming. So it's a Rocky Dice gaming machine.
Exactly, that's what it sounds like. That's what we were able to get.
I'm sorry I don't have anything like that today, but we'll surely think about that in case you're curious. Watch us next time. For that, I would like to conclude our event today. Thank you for your time, your attention. Please make sure stay connected and stay safe. Thank you very much. I'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What is up, ladies and gents? It's your boy Reaper Steve back at it again. This time with Delta, who's wearing a very snazzy jersey there, by the looks of things. Delta,
Yeah, my now vintage Belong Arena Clash from the summer split for Rocket League. For the
I like it,
Nottingham Arrows.
mate. I very much like it. I'm still waiting on a few jerseys to turn up to my house. I seem to be getting more Amazon deliveries than jerseys at the minute. So, but hopefully we'll get one soon. Just to make sure everyone's aware in chat, there is a 3-minute delay. So what you're hearing now happened 3 minutes ago. Can't tell you the future or anything like that. It's just 3 minutes away. That'll make sense as we progress through the night. In any case, though, looking at what we just watched a few minutes ago, both of us sat down together. We watched the little snippet there from next at ACER 2020, live from Taipei. A lot of interesting stuff coming out from that, especially like in the Helios 300 laptop. And again, we go back to what we were discussing last week. I'm interested in. I'm actually looking to get a laptop as well. So I'm like, might be something we can work into. But yeah, I know you caught a little bit of it briefly. I know you were quite busy yesterday because you're moving around and everything else. But no, it was definitely a good event. If you get a chance to watch it, Delta, do check it out on YouTube. I think it's still up on YouTube anyway. The old video is, once you're all settled. As you can see from last week to this week, Delta is in a new position. He's no longer sitting sideways onto a camera. He's now frontways onto a camera. Do you want to tell us how your week has been?
Yeah, absolutely beautiful new desk because I have moved back home temporarily for the summer because I finished my studies in Nottingham and I'm now waiting for September to move around to move in with my beautiful girlfriend. Hence all my stuff just being strewn around in boxes and bags behind me.
Nice, mate. I like it. That's good. I like the setup. It's gonna do for now.
It's
so
quite
what's that?
feng shui.
September, is it? September you'll be moving, or
September, yes. Into
Okay,
a
cool.
lovely apartment with incredible internet.
Nice. I bet you can't wait for that. Definitely not. Like, one of my moderators, Chapness, is he's in Holland and he gets like dial-up internet connection more or less, which is just rough as. But he's getting, I think, like gigabit internet installed in the next like day or two. And
what an upgrade!
yeah,
Watch
I was
these.
like, bro, you're literally going to be like time traveling more or less. The minute you click a download, it's going to be done. But yeah, well, I think we should switch on to predictions for a little bit, Delta. I think it's going to be difficult for us to predict, sort of which team is going to win over another. Thronos, Tritian, both high quality names from the Acer brand, and I would definitely say that we would need to pick one of the other. Who do you think? I'll tell you what, I'll go first, Delta, because you look like really undecided there in the background. I think I'm going to go with Thronos.
So, I actually am going to go the other way. A, to make it interesting, and B, because Tritium put across a very good performance for themselves in the. If you remember, they put across a good performance in the COD. I almost said CS:GO then. In the COD competition, which we ran a few weeks ago. So, yeah, I'm going to throw my lot behind Tritium.
Yeah, we do have obviously our production staff as well in the background. They're also going to make some predictions as well. I'm just waiting for those to come through. I'm not touching anything on the keyboard, by the way. So this is like ghost hands doing all the typing for us. Both of us hands up in the air, and we'll wait for the next one. Jakey's the last one to go in. There you go. So we have our predictions. Only me and Jakey going with Thronos. Delta, Salty, and McCready going with Tritian. It should be an interesting game. I think... Yeah, to be honest with you, and I think you'll agree with me on this one. I know you do a lot more Valorant than I do, so I'm very much a player of Valorant rather than a caster of Valorant by a big stretch of the imagination, at least anyway. My ones to watch out for today, from me personally, at least anyway, is good Reyna plays. Reyna is a very overpowered character to be kind of messing around with. Cypher, Ray's, again, two pretty high-powered characters if you put in the right position. Ray's been very, very OP throughout the beta. I know dumped down a little bit now since beta finished, but still quite a formidable character to go up against. Any characters that you're looking out for in particular?
Well, I consider myself an Omen main, and although I'm not very good at playing, the things that you can do with Omen, he's so good at rotating, especially when he powers up his ultimate. That's when he's at his most lethal, because he can move from site to site or from site to spawn or just pop up anywhere on the map with very, very little warning, and that makes him an incredible operator for for just getting around, getting behind your opponents.
Yeah, From the Shadows is probably one of the more. It's a very good offensive ultimate, and it's a very good defensive ultimate as well at the same time, because you literally, as you said rightly, you pop up from anywhere, and you can get some pretty good kills off it as well if you choose the timing right. The noise difference between this and CS is quite a huge factor as well, though. People are going to know when you're using your ultimates.
Yeah,
Myself, I'm a Phoenix main, so run it back. That's the loudest thing in the entire game. Everyone knows you've run it, so it's going to be obvious. I think, though, Delta, if you're happy to, we'll go ahead and check the bracket very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good.
So this is tonight's bracket for everyone. We are going to be covering as many games as we can from this evening. We're going to be starting off with Tritium versus Thronos. I believe then we're going to be skipping on to the next round immediately afterwards, and so on and so forth. So the final game for this evening is a best of 3, if I'm not mistaken, Delta?
Yep, it absolutely is. Best of 3 in the final of this wee bracket we've got here, which should be... I've not actually seen a best of 3 yet in Valorant. I've not been very much in touch with the esports scene, unfortunately, just working on my own stuff. So it should be interesting to see how that plays out.
Definitely. It'll be interesting to see how the map pick goes as well for the best of 3. I think we've all got our own kind of maps, different maps that we'd like to choose. There's 4 maps now in total across the spectrum of maps. There's 2 that kind of spring to mind that I would like to see, Haven being one of them. Haven is probably a better map from a Valorant, from a playing perspective, at least anyway for myself. But I'm interested to know what kind of maps you like from it as well.
So I personally not a gigantic fan of the maps from Valorant, but just because there's so many more nooks and crannies to try and learn compared to, say, my one and only true love Mirage on CSGO. But that said, I come from a Siege background where creating your own nooks and crannies is part and parcel of the game. So it's a strange one to try and get your head around. I particularly like the 3-site map. It's so many different options for attackers, and yet somehow it feels most balanced because the rotations between objectives are very short.
Yeah.
And you've got so many options. You can go A, you can go B, you can go C, left, right, mid. It's, so many options available to you, and then divisions of routes to those objectives.
Definitely, Haven's a very good map. I will definitely agree with you. Split is a very good map from a Rainbow Six Siege perspective as well. There's a lot of vertical play involved in Split. But I think at the moment we are still waiting for just one additional player to jump into the lobby. If you tell you what, Delta, this go ahead and run a quick break very briefly while we wait for the last player. Actually, never mind.
I'm going to disagree with you there because we are in fact going to get into the game. So nice try, but you don't get off that easily.
I tried, guys. What can I do? I definitely tried for us. We are going to see the picks start in though for characters depending on each side. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Valorant have updated the spectate mode so we can actually see which side's picking which. I'm probably going to be wrong, and I can imagine that our observer Jay, who's done a hell of a lot more Valorant work than you and I will ever have done, is probably kicking himself right now, going, "This guy's a noob. What is he on about?"
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a huge fan of Split, so there is that vertical gameplay, but it's not breaching through floors or ceilings. It's more just like vertical rotates kind of thing, which isn't too bad. But the main reason I don't like it is because I'm not very good on this map at all.
No, I get that.
Like I say, all the different nooks and crannies makes it very, very personally quite difficult.
You know what's a good thing to see though is that both sides have taken Reyna as a character as well also, and obviously Reyna is someone I feel quite strongly about. She's marked as an average agent, but in reality, if you put those abilities into good use, like Leah, Devour, you're gonna do a lot of damage to teams, and you can also time your ultimate quite nicely for pushes as well also. Empress is her ultimate, essentially, for those watching the stream that aren't familiar. It increases the speed of fire and equipping, reloading, everything. I'll leave you crack on from here on, mate.
Thank you very much. We are going to see a early bit of contest in the middle as we see the Rainers come out on both sides. Those invisible eyes cutting off the sidelines for both teams. We are going to see the contest kind of stall in the middle. The whole team, in fact, of Tritium being held by one player, but not for long as they start to push up the middle and take that mid control. No rotations coming out so far, and in a 5v3, the defenders have now got the chance to try and circle round and get around this attacking team. They are going to take the vertical rotate across to A, hoping to get the element of surprise on Thronos. But the rotates have come out and they're ready. The freeze comes in from Sage and the walls go up. And all of a sudden, the rotate to A has been completely cut off, denying them time.
Yeah, and you've got. I was going to say you've got a very, very, very good, what's the word I'm looking for? Recon bolt, in fact, coming in from Sawyer there as well, also to try and call the rotation, but also play that tell.
You're not wrong. We've got an Omen lurking, but pausing before he can get a rotate onto mid. The kill comes out onto Reyna, and all of a sudden it's 3v4, but the time is ticking down. They've only got 15 seconds to plant, but they've rotated. Kronos completely rotating off A, and now they're playing catch-up as the plant will go down on that B site. The spike gets planted, and all of a sudden the advantage is with these attackers. Omen and Sage lurking around, waiting. Kill comes down to Omen as Thronos go down to one team. Tritian coming out, and the kill goes down on Thronos. Tritian will take this first round.
It's a very good first round, good opener. Got the spike down, very messily, but got the spike down nonetheless. I think, what I mentioned a few minutes ago about that Sawyer recon bolt, that really helped them out in knowing, okay, well, A is pretty stacked. We know there's going to be multiple people there because there's at least two holding up, but let's rotate off this back ourselves out of a bad situation early on. So it worked out quite nicely for them.
Yeah, if the Omen had pushed when he came round onto their spawn and then kept going through, he maybe would have got that because he had an uncontested sightline. It will start with an A push from both teams, Omen being the only Thronos player to lurk over on B. The rest of the team stacked on A and mid. The push will come out heavily by Tritian, but it won't be too successful as they lose two players almost straight away. The spike carrier goes down as well as the third player goes down, only getting Sage in the trade. And all of a sudden it's a 4v1, Tritian really taking the fight, Brimstone having to search around for a clear path through. If he goes down there, he's going to fall. And Greens will get a headshot. The defenders take round two.
Nicely played there. Very nicely played again by, what you would have expected from that kind of push coming onto B side is Reyna's Leah getting pushed around corner and then multiple players feeding in off that Leah. Not having the push come out after Leah being used, a little bit of a disadvantage because you're popping what is essentially your boost to push through into side, and you're kind of wasting it on nothing if no one's going to push along with it.
You're not wrong, as the barrier phase will come to an end and the minute 40 will kick off with a B-site push. Omen will block out that corridor though and slowly advance because they don't know yet if B has been stacked. Omen has used both of his smokes already and now the scouting will come out. Mango losing his drone, but he gets the information. B hasn't been stacked. We will see Tritian reinforce. It's not enough, as three players will now push onto B. Tritian losing one player. Omen coming back in the trade, but falling himself. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v1 on B. It's down to 3v1 on Thronos with only one player left. It's down to Dynamic to try and clutch this out from the middle, but she's being pushed from two angles. The pinch is going to come out.
Oh,
there it is.
Yep. Indeed, Spike got dropped on B as well. That limits so many options as far as trying to go for a potential 1v3 clutch. Made the right decision in the sense of trying to back themselves away and getting off site and getting away from the danger zone, but just backed herself into a difficult situation that she wasn't going to get out of.
Seeing a bit of an economy round come out from Thronos here, aren't we, Steve?
Yeah, pistols in Valorant are very much like a CS eco round. You've got your USPs, which I think everyone plays now with. You do have what is essentially a deagle, but it's not a deagle. There's a lot of variations between the two to make them look like CS weapons, and they kind of run in the same fashion.
We're going to see an A-site push here as the Boombot comes out and gets a kill onto Sage early. That'll get rid of any possible respawns to Tritian. The second kill comes out onto Reyna, and that's another big agent taken off the board. And A-site's been completely cleared out, losing only Sova. I don't think they realised just yet. They could have gotten the plant down, but it's taken them a lot of time. Omen lurking, waiting to pick off Brimstone if they don't clear it out. This vertical rotation, the plant will start going down. The rotation angles are being covered. Omen will look to start climbing and push back in, but will fall quite quickly, and all of a sudden it's down to Greens. She'll pick up one with a nice headshot. She'll fall to the long range.
Yeah, Reyna long range there with that Vandal, also known as the AK. Kind of a tricky weapon to go up against. And we can see now from our sort of scoreboard, nearly every single player on Tritian are ready for their ultimate use, and there's some strengthy ultimate uses that can be put into place. Raze's Showstopper alone, I think, is something that everyone will be fully aware of as being an OP kind of ultimate to use. And that's locked and loaded and ready to go. The only player without is Omen, and as you said a minute ago, Omen's ultimate is strong enough as it is anyway. I'd imagine we're going to see some sort of ultimate use in this round.
We are going to see a bit of a split push. The Spike will go pushing middle, and the early pick on Serena will not at all. Boombot will come out but get parts, but it's distraction enough. And middle has been cleared. All of a sudden, they're going to start pushing up the B, pinching in on this Omen. Omen facing everyone alone and unfortunately not able to do much damage. The plant will start going down, and it's down to Vin Vavin with what I'm tentatively going to call the AWP to try and clutch this one out.
It's the operator, as it's formally, as it's affectionately
You're
known.
not wrong.
Viper's a good character that you can definitely clutch with, but I think in a 1v3 with an operator, it's a huge ask to go in for. So I'm in total agreement with what Vin Van is doing right now and backing away, get myself out of the fight, out of the danger zone. Don't need to be there for it. Keep this weapon, this high-powered weapon, to go into the next one.
Yeah, and that's very much reminiscent of CSGO, isn't it? That kind of economy system, which makes it a lot very accessible to that market.
Oh!
Very risky play, but it comes off as Vin Vavin will sneak a kill and damage the Tritian economy.
Yeah, definitely puts a damper on the economy, but you can see from players like Yeti, for example, at 6,900, and obviously this system in Valorant is a much cleaner sort of buy system for each other. It's going to be easy to kind of trade up and give weapons as they need to. I tell you what, I'm really liking the Boombot plays so far. We've seen 2-3 really good Boombot plays by both Raze players, over the course of the last 5 rounds.
Yeah, once that Boombot locks onto you, you've got to deal with it, haven't you? And it drags your aim away from a player, so a coordinated push can be very effective. We are going to see a bit of a B-stack here. Omen will put a smoke down to try and ward it off. The locations will be revealed of these defenders as well. But it won't stop the A-stack from starting to try pre-fire. They're going to know that a couple of players are there, and the rotations are starting to come out. That is a big play from Reyna, but the eye not causing complete blindness, causing short-sighted. Unfortunately, getting herself killed very, very quickly, and Tritian somehow warded off a Doomstack on B. They're going to try and keep pushing, and they have got the spike, but it's a 1v2 with the height advantage, and all Ogrover is going to do, he's going to try and rotate round.
I can see this working though. It depends on how quickly you can get onto site and how, how long it takes for both the Omen and Viper to realize that the rotation's gone in on A. He's pushing this site super quick, low HP, doesn't really have much of an option but to push it as fast as he possibly can. As long as he can get into position, he should be able to get the plant off here.
I don't know, one of the places though where I find Omen is most effective is when he's rotating back to Sion. You can use that teleport to come at you from a weird angle, but it won't matter as Vimvavin will charge in without the operator in hand. Just use the pistol to put Ogrover down and secure the round.
Bit of toxicity there. Yeah. Bit of toxic play there coming in from Viper, the toxic player.
In character.
In character, as well as the teabag. I mean, the teabag was there as well, though, so let's be honest. A good round from Tritian, bringing it back to 3-3. Obviously, people who aren't probably fully aware of how the scoring system works within Valorant is first to 12.
Yeah, first to 12, and then
take control.
That's your lot. We are going to start this 7th round with a Reyna play out on A. The shots will come out very quickly, and Vimvavin will almost fall, only getting a light tag for her trouble. The freeze comes out, and that's going to slow down the push, as the rest of the defenders, Greens especially, are going to try and come around to the rear. But that vertical gameplay will damage any rotation attempt. One of the reasons perhaps I don't particularly like this site. Somehow Greens is going to pull it out of the bag and pick up a kill there, even though the angle was already being held. And now the attackers, they're going to have to try and rotate round into the arms of Omen. He's going to come and try and meet them in spawn. Don't turn around, Omen, no! He can hear them. He's going to stop moving. Depends if they check the corner or not. They've checked it. He's going to pick up 1 kill, though. And that's going to make the retake. That's going to take the retake. That's going to make the retake a lot easier. Refire will come out, but it's not going to matter. He's going to get shot, and Mango will fall. That's over, unable to clutch out the round.
Yeah, 4-3 now in favour of again, it's good rounds, but they're kind of backing up into each other quite nicely. They're bouncing back round after round, so it'd be interesting to see if this does go the full hog in 12-12. If they continue to do this. If they continue to kind of bounce round after round between each other, see if they go the full 12. But we'll soon find out, at least anyway, Delta.
Yeah, we haven't really seen either side take a dominant economic lead, have we, so far?
No, not really.
Ooh, early pick from Reyna. A somewhat rare kill so far in this game, as we see another B Doomstack. Omen's going to wait there nice and patiently. Lil's quite appropriately waiting in the shadows. He's going to pick up a kill on Reyna. He won't quite pick up a second, but the calls will be made. The spike will be going down. But Tritian will start rotating in a 3v3.
Yeah, that spike's going to hit the deck.
Down to a 2v2 with a trade coming out onto Mammoth from Tango. Ooh. Yeti not quite getting to deploy that bazooka, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1. Sova cut off from sight, and he's not going to be able to hold tight, but he's going to pull the ultimate out. He won't quite be able to pick up the kills, though.
How is he not able to pick up the kills with that?
Oh! And there is the operator.
Yeah, I think we've now found who is a very strong player using that rifle. Look at that KD ratio, 9-2. 9-2-0, 0 obviously being the assists for anyone watching. That is a very, very good KD ratio as far as the operator is concerned as well. Also, probably a player that mains open in CS or other likewise games similar to this. But interesting, very interesting.
I don't know what it is though, Steve. I have played CS with you. With varying degrees of success. But I think the operator is actually quite different to the AWP, isn't it? I find it's hard to get a one-shot kill as opposed to the CS AWP.
Yeah, your accuracy's got to be on point. You've got to be able to hit head, so you've got to be able to hit upper body. you know, it's not as tricky as what I think a lot of people think it to be. You know, you can pull off some wicked shots with it. So yeah, I mean, it depends on your playstyle as well.
Yeah, we're going to see a full stack on A and a couple of ultimates coming out, but no kills coming as a result of them. Gun kill so far. The eye will come out with that near sight from Reyna, but it's not going to be too effective. It will start pushing into A short, attempting to get around and onto site, but it's not going to go too well for him so far, as another one will fall. Zuki falling to greens, and Legree's getting a kill on Ogrova, and all of a sudden we're back to that all too familiar one man left. Tritian can just hold their angles, pinch in. They know exactly where Kronos are. They're going to push in for the kill, and a nice try to escape, but not quite getting there. The best you could do, really, is get a few kills yourself, isn't it?
What did you know, making a good thing out of a bad situation at the end of the day. You know, Blast Pack is quite nice. Yes, it's good to use. We saw it pay off quite nicely. Then it did actually get a kill with Blast Pack as well, also, and kind of made it out of the fight a little bit, but just not long enough.
Unfortunately, when you've got 4 players all pinching you at once, you're not going to be able to do too much, are you?
No, not at all. I mean, you're lucky enough to get that one pick off the Blast Pack alone, let alone getting away from it as well.
And we are actually going to see a little bit of an eco round here come out, aren't we? As we see a fast rush onto this B site. Omen having to try and hold it almost solo. We are going to see a couple of kills come out onto Thronos. Reyna notably falling, but Omen is there in his usual place, getting domed by Yeti. And in spite of it being an econ round, we are going to see Thronos take control of site and get the plant down.
Yeah.
The operator comes out.
I think
he's going to try and play for it.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan's lucky there. Weirdly enough, and I'm going to say this because it is weirdly enough. You look at it from this perspective, that push onto the side, that plant, that gives them a good, economy kind of step into the next round. It gives them money they didn't have at the end of the day, and I don't know if that was perhaps the plan to just get the plant down. I mean, obviously we knew we play CS, like you observe CS. We know from our player perspective in that game that getting a push onto site and getting the plant down on an eco round, that's a win for me, regardless whether I lose the round overall, because it means I'm going to get economy into the next round. It's a dangerous game to play though, especially when you're Tritian are 5 rounds off winning overall.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can carry this now dominant gameplay on into the defensive portion of their, into the offensive portion, of their rounds. I quite like how Sage is being used here. And it pays off as Labrise gets a kill onto Yeti and completely seals off that area of the map, pinning those attackers in. Ooh, Zuki with a big shot onto Mammoth, trying to level it up into a 2v2. Labrise is going to start pushing. Then she knows where Solver is, but we're actually seeing Brimstone creep around. Probably going to go for the vertical rotate up and try to get a kill. I
can't see why not. Sage. I mean, it seems perfectly separate.
Ooh. That is a fantastic Hunter's Fury. And there is... there it gets turned into a 1v1. That ultimate, very, very good timing, prevented the spike pickup.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on the clock as well. I don't know if I'd have picked that weapon as my weapon of choice, the Odin.
Negative best dev.
Yeah, negative, yeah.
You can't tell me otherwise.
Oh, I can. I'm watching the gameplay of it right now. That is, 14 seconds. Down at the final on 10. Okay, Omen picks up the run across. He's going to get spiked down, I think, before we can get to him. Yeah, he is.
Oh.
Okay. This is where the Odin gets a little bit handier now, though, because he can deny a sight.
Yeah. Sheer volume of bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think Omen's actually seen the rotate coming out. He'll fake the defuse.
This is super cat and mouse. Oh, why'd you run?
I mean, pros don't fake it, but he will have time to defuse it.
Yeah. No, yeah, I get that. I get that entirely. But
The sprint, that's what did it, wasn't it?
yeah, the running just completely was not a good idea.
Anyone need anything?
Not a good idea at all. I mean, it happens, you know. There's the spur of the moment, the kind of like the good idea fairy is what it's known as, is in the back of his mind. He's like, do you know what would be a good idea if I just run now because I'm going to catch him while he's defusing?
Anyone need anything?
Happens. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Am I right?
It does. Except me, because I've usually died by that point in the round.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
We are going to see again a heavy B/mid stack. But this time they are going to try to rotate into mid, but the kill will... Oh, the kill comes out from that boombot. Reina will deploy their short iron. Almost, and will successfully get the kill onto Omen. B-site cleared. Spike is being held up by that long angle from up top. Reina having to hold that top angle. She's got Silver with her now. Kills are going to come out. Green's getting the kill. Zuki on Vivavin, and then Green's with another kill onto Yuki, making it 3 for the round. She'll fall. And the attackers will grab their first round in, I think, 5 rounds.
Yeah, that's confused, but okay. Greens is on a bit of a turnaround rip. You know, it's nice to see what 13-10 now coming into it. Vinvan, I get what he's right around here. 12-4 still. You know, Tritian basically teaching Thoros how to play Valorant, but then all of a sudden we get a flip over, and Thoros like, actually, we'll get 1 round back off you on attacking if that's okay. We are on the switch obviously now though, so we'll see what we can look like for defensive at least anyway.
Quite noticeably, we are seeing, a very much a split. We're seeing the wall go out early, that toxic wall go out early in between A site and mid, possibly trying to bait, and we are going to see the rotations come out heavily onto A. Only, 2 people left against a 4-stack onto B. He's going to get spotted momentarily. He will get the early pick onto Ogrover. Mammoth and Vinvan get the kills onto Mango and Zuki respectively. The spike will successfully make it onto B, but at what cost? Rotate coming out now, but it's not going to be effective from Sage.
Riot, please nerf Raze. Again.
Big pick from Vivavin there. Oh, the drop just coming out at the wrong moment to get the angle, but it doesn't matter. Vivavin carrying the team in a clutch with 3 kills to boot.
Wow. Okay, that was a very, 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 very tasty round indeed.
I love to see it.
Yeah, you do definitely love to see it, and I want to see more of it now. It's just whether these guys can keep it up. I mean, they got 3 rounds left in it from Tritian. You know, I wouldn't, without sounding sort of silly about this, it has more or less been a one-sided game. You know, you look at it from the rounds that we're seeing on the scoreboard, that's like a 6-round bump, round after round after round after round, and it doesn't get easier, but certainly a good game nonetheless for us to watch. It's our first game of the evening.
Oh! Reactions to take out that boom bot, and that was big. We are going to see Vinvan pushing around now. Will get domed by Zuki, taking a big player off the board. Green's getting a return onto Yeti with a nice headshot.
Yeah, and
looks like it's going to be a full A push now. The angles are being held, and the spike will get called out and start rotating back to B. Brimstone making his way around to get that info, and we are going to see the Silver making his way around too.
Yeah, the Boombot, again, we've seen some very, 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 very good Boombot plays. But the thing of it is, you know, from that perspective, he's not really giving away his position. It's expected to have a player that close.
Oh, big first shot out from Mammoth, getting a big pick onto Ogrover. And the site is now clear. The spike's going down in a default plant. The wall there cutting off the rotate. That is massive. It's a very, very secure hold. That's as yet uncontested. We've got the covers on the rotates from Omen. And Sage not wanting to take this fight against Mammoth, who's gonna take 2 kills. And a 3rd and a 4th. What a round from Mammoth there. Big 4K. You love to see it.
That genuinely is the Reyna that I'm talking about. The OP Reyna. You know what I mean? It's like immediately after the kills, immediately on pushing into site, Lear is used, Lear's dropping, eyes everywhere. People can't see anything at all of what's going on site. Then all of a sudden, after she's picked up the first 2 from up above, one of the 2 from up above, I should say, she's then using Devour straight away. You know, it's very, very good play indeed.
Aye. Thronos now actually having to spend all of their economy just to try and claw some rounds back because it's very close to match point, isn't it? We're going to see some very cautious opening gameplay. The first 20 seconds going by without any kills or really too much happening.
Yeah.
Toxic is actually going to drift onto almost onto site. Unknown, but mid is going to be where the action is. The spike will get called out and pushed. Got Silver to Brimstone holding it, but Omen is looking to drop down perhaps and get this kill. He'll just rotate out at the right time, and the spike carrier will get killed, and that is big because now Thronos have control of mid and that spike, and it's down to Omen to try and clutch it all out in a 1v4. He's going to take his time, and he's going to try and pick out these angles very, very slowly. He can hear them using their abilities. He's going to slowly make his way around. The call will be made as he picks up a nice kill onto Ogrover, but he's about to get flanked.
Yeah. It was a good round from Thronos. You mentioned, obviously, right at the very beginning, okay, Zerky just picking up the Odin. All right, then. Like, you mentioned at the very beginning, they spent all their economy on that round. They had to get it. There was a no-loss round that was. They cannot lose it, and they pulled it out of the bag, so fair play to them.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to roll the hard 6, haven't you? You've got to take the risk, and you've got to make it pay. So,
yeah, exactly.
Kudos to them for doing that.
You just got to make sure you got pocket jacks, you know? I hope a jack comes out on that river.
Make sure you packed them.
Look at the flip side of this, though, as well, is now we're seeing Tritian on an economy round because they spent so much in that round as well. That's why you don't buy an Odin. Sorry, I'm just going to show out there. Like, yeah, I get the stim boosters down on the ground for him to use, but it's just... It's one of those meme guns. Oh.
Big round coming out with a lot of abilities being used as they try desperately to hold this B site, and the entrance to B site will be held very effectively. Tritian will be able to break through. They're going to go for a mid rotate, the kill coming out in mid, and now they're going to push A short. The calls will have been made, but the rotate is very, very slow because these Thronos defenders, they don't know where the attack is coming from.
Good smoke coming out from Omen as well to block the push.
Oh, Greens has now got her ult fully charged up. Will she use it in this round? They're about to come into contact. The early headshots coming out from Lils. Fantastic. They're going to rotate back almost to spawn. They could potentially go for B here. That would be a spicy rotate, and it looks like Thronos. They're convinced it's going to be an A push, but it's actually a rotate onto B.
20 seconds left on the clock, though, to get Spike there. It's going to cut it super fine. They've got to do no checking of sight whatsoever to get this Spike down. 8 seconds left. Yeah,
it's going down, and it's going to be in time. And Thronos, what are you doing? The wall's fully been pulled over their eyes there, and now the angles are going to be set up to be held.
The biggest issue from here now is Tritian don't have a lot of HP to work with. Not that it matters.
Even less now, and it's not going to matter anyway as Greens gets a second and a third. Big round from Greens there, taking the L's into match point.
Nuts. Like insane. I mean, Greens had what? 4 HP for more or less the last, 30 seconds of that round? Just
Massive
loving life.
Round.
Yeah, it was a huge round, and kept his ult ready for this one as well. You've got what? you've now got him with ult, you've got Viper with ult, and you've got Reyna with ult as well. That's 3 big ults to be able to pop onto a site. Reyna to push forward with Leah, then use Empress. It's going to be big if it can put it off nicely.
Yeah, the kills aren't going to hurt either. Zuki getting a nice pick onto Bimbavin. Mammoth getting the return onto Yeti. Everything happening in the middle so far this round, but it looks like they're going to go for a big push up the middle, and it's going to play out with Reyna taking that all for health. It's going to be a coordinated push onto B, checking all the angles. The early shots from Grover not coming out. Mammoth blocking off the side. And all Sage. Kill's going to come out onto Lil. Perhaps unluckily, Yeti Dynamic just with a little bit more accuracy. The ult comes out, doesn't actually hit anyone from greens, and the plant will start going down. Oh, imagine they should have done that sooner though, as they're going to try and break this wall.
I do fancy Tritian for this one, to be honest with you.
Oh,
yep.
That is massive. The rotate onto site being thoroughly cut out.
And as you can see as well from the predictions, completely thrown out of my prediction, at least anyway. So unless Thronos can do something absolutely mental here and hold off continuously, I doubt it highly. It's 1 or 2 rounds maybe hold off, but 7 rounds on the bounce, that's going to be a big ask.
And the thing is as well, with the wins prior, they've maintained their economy advantage. They've all got, good weapons, including an operator.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a very slow managed push now. They're going to wait. They haven't even got Spike in control. They've dumped it so they can push and then retrieve it at a later time. They're really looking to make sure of it. Zuki will get an early kill though onto Bimbavin. It's just going to damage their attempts to push onto site. Oh, the early kill's coming out almost, but Yeti making good escape and then getting the frag back onto greens. That is big. Very impressive. There, the operator will come out as Lils gets a frag back onto Yeti.
Can we talk about that for a second? Managing to avoid paint bombs and then blast packing yourself out of paint bombs and still managing to get the kill. That's super, super good. Very much enjoying that.
The revive coming out there as well. Thronos looking to, keep their economy advantage alive. And all of a sudden, it's a 5v1. Omen, what would you do in this situation?
I mean, low HP. What have I got? Pistol only at the minute as well.
He is holding an AWP.
Is he? Yeah, he is. Okay, I don't push this at this point. I save. Yeah, definitely should have saved.
See, I told you.
Yeah.
I told you the negative's viable.
Yeah,
you can't stop me from calling it a negative.
That's one example out of 9 rounds that we've watched where they've used it and it's just not been effective at all. 9 rounds of non-effective Odin doesn't mean that Odin's good.
It just does though. It's just the best weapon in the game. I'm not gonna let you get away with this.
I would rather you give me Phantom. I mean, something like that. At least I've never seen the point in it. It's a meme weapon. I've been playing a lot of Spike Rush the last couple of days, and every time I get that gun, I fall to pieces with it.
Really, Reyna's coming out and will distract that operator. The shot's coming out, and that's a big kill from Yeti. Onto Mammoth. The kill's coming out thick and fast here as this A site is fully stacked. Mango getting the pick onto Bimbavin. Legrees with the trade back onto Mango and Zuki with a nice pen shot onto greens. Oh, you love to see it. And they know where the last one is. She's going to have to make a big retreat, and it's not going to happen. Ogrover will down her with the Odin. Surprise, surprise.
Still a terrible gun. It's an absolutely terrible gun, and I will never, ever, ever go back on what I've said. Much like I've done on Twitter the last couple of days, I will not go back on the statements I've made, and that is definitely one of them I will not go back on. The Odin is a terrible gun.
Listen, the beautiful thing about opinions is that you're allowed to be wrong, so I think that's where we should leave that.
Yeah, true. In
It's
any
a comeback.
case,
It's
it
a
is.
comeback bat on the cards.
I mean, what? We're 5 rounds off a comeback to make it 12-12. It takes one slip up from Thronos, and it takes one good round from Tritium. That's the way I look at these sort of situations. Yeti keeps doing what he's doing at the minute, though, and we're going to have issues.
Yeti taking this team by the scruff of the neck and really dragging them as far as he can. This is going to be a big mid push, and Mammoth will eventually get the final kill onto Mango. Evening it up into a 4v4. Rotate's going to come out from the defenders back onto A. Ogrove with another big kill with the Negev, and Greens getting the refrag. Vinvavan finally getting the kill onto Yeti. Vinvavan having been kept quiet the last few rounds. Spike is going to reach the B site and get planted, and it's a 3v2. Tritian with the biggest opportunity they've had so far to beg your pardon, Thronos with the big Tritian with the biggest opportunity they've had so far
still Tritian.
to put this game to bed.
That's it, done and dusted. Game over. Well done to Tritian taking the first round of tonight's games. What a good opening match for us to catch in on. I'm completely wrong with my prediction, and so is Jakey, our producer. But yeah, well done to Delta, Salty, and McCready for picking the right name. Basically, it's probably the best way of putting it. It's like when your parents say to you, you're going to put a race on for us for the Grand National. We'll give you £1 to put your own horse on. You just pick a name out at random, but
Mate,
I'll give it to you.
I had a good, legitimate reason for picking Tritian.
Yeah.
We are going to have a look at the rest of the results from the matches in this first round of the bracket before we shoot on to the rest. Quite a lot of bye rounds, 6 in total for this first round, but we are going to see Galea absolutely dominate Swift 13-1. Galea continuing their run of form from their dominant performance in the COD Championship.
The thing of it is, we're going to see Galea go up against Athian. That's going to be our next game for this evening. We're going to check in with Dartnix and Rich, both team captains from either side. See what they can do. I mean, if Galea put in that sort of effort out against an actual team, Athian have obviously had a bye round. So, I'm interested to see what they can do against actual players, if that makes sense. Going up against potentially a good team that have just had a bye round come out of it. But I believe, Delta, it is time for us to take a very small break. So we're going to roll a quick video for yourselves in the background while we wait for the next set of games to be ready for us to watch. So we'll be right back after this message.
I have some exciting news. I'd like you to meet the newest addition to the Triton family. Our baby here, the Triton 300. It shares a lot with its older brothers, and that's the slim design, all the geometric shapes, and the aluminium casing. It also still has a weight of around 2 kilos, but there are some differences. Inside we have a 9th gen Intel Core i7 processor, an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1650 graphics card, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and space for 2 SSDs and HDDs, totaling up to 4 terabytes in total capacity. The screen is the same as the Triton 500. It has a refresh rate of 144 Hz and a 3-millisecond response time. Overall, it just feels smaller, a little bit more compact, and offers the most affordable price point of the Triton range.
What is up, my gamers? We've returned with what should be a very good round indeed coming up. We have two very good teams. We have one team is 13-1, another team already tonight. So I'm interested to see what they can do against these guys. I think we're going to jump straight into match predictions. If you're ready, Delta.
I am, but I'd like to hear yours first.
I'd like to hear mine. Okay, I would like to. I'm going to put my money on Atheon. You back the Biscuit Boys. Their team captain is Rich T. That's good enough for me. I'm happy with that decision. Yourself, Delta, where are we going?
Well, I think you're an exceptionally talented caster.
Okay.
Maybe your weapon predictions are a little bit off, but you're a good caster. But unfortunately, you're back in the wrong horse again. Galea, they've got the quality. They displayed it in the last round, and they displayed it in the COD tournament. They're clearly a group of seasoned gamers. They're going to take the lot.
Okay. We are going to get our producers' predictions in as well. I think the odds are pretty much stacked against me of getting anyone to side with me, especially after my choice last time round. Oh, Jay's picked a Theon as well with me, and Jakey has gone with a Theon as well. Oh, never mind, Jakey's just went, I'm alright. Nah,
I clicked the wrong button.
Yeah, I heard him say I clicked the wrong button as well. That is just, I feel as bad, man. Do you know what I mean? Jay, me and you, massive respect. Big up the homie Jay, who is a top class observer of many games. I think me and Jay are going to be quite comfortable in this one. Delta, McCready, Jakey boy, finished. Working relationships over, boys. Nonetheless, tonight wouldn't obviously be possible without Predator. I think you and I have talked so much about it over the last couple of weeks. Me and McCready and me and you have talked quite a lot about it over the last couple of weeks. What they do within sort of the community side of things, as well as this kind of all-encompassing Wednesday night gaming event. Okay, so I am going to say it once again. I've said it so many times now that I actually say it when I go to sleep as well. But essentially, 9 weeks ago now, sorry, I should say, my two good friends from ACER approached me and said, look, we need some help from Predator, we need some help putting some stuff together. We want to get gaming nights ready for Curry's and PC World gaming stuff. We want to get them playing games while lockdown's in effect. What can you advise? So we went back and forth for a little bit for a couple of days, and we ended up setting up a PUBG tournament for them to play in. I played that tournament myself personally. Then we did a COD night, then we did a CS night, Rocket League. We've done loads of bits and pieces. I got told off for being way too good at PUBG. So hence why I'm now like with a microphone talking to you rather than playing in these games. I'd probably kick people's buttocks.
Don't
In any
believe
case, nonetheless,
captive audience.
we're now like 9 weeks into this, and every single Wednesday, Curry's PC World guys, you can get together in the Discord that's given to you as a staff member, to jump in, play some games with each other, relax a little bit. Work at the moment is quite stressful. I'm working from home myself personally. I know exactly how people feel. I appreciate that people are working in stores as well and trying to help customers out as much as they possibly can. This is your night to kind of like chill out, relax, play some games, maybe win some prizes. There's a raffle on. There's loads of other bits and pieces. So get involved if you're a Curry's PC World member of staff. I can't win prizes anyway, but it is what it is. Delta, straight into the next map.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one that I like.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Which is always ideal.
Yeah.
So we've got we've got such a good match on our side here. It'll be interesting to see how these teams, coming in relatively unknown in Valorant, although we have seen obviously Galea from other nights. It'd be interesting to see how they approach holding site and how that differs to say the CS:GO, because the methodology is slightly different with all the range of abilities on show, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And, we can see from the operator pick as well, Reyna, again, being quite a focal point for both teams. We do have Brimstones both in each other. This is actually the same stack up. Yeah, exactly the same stack as far as teams are concerned. I'm interested not to see a raise, though. That could come back to bite people in the backside. She's quite an offensive player, especially those grenades, as we saw in the last game. But I'm interested by the operator choice. It's fairly well balanced between each other.
Alright, the freeze will go down and stymie this push from B, but it is going to be a full stack with Jet covering the rear. That Phoenix is going to have to watch out as Jet is lurking around in the spawn. But the push has been very, very much stalled. Oh, Jet with a big kill onto Phoenix, played by Phil there. Making it a 5v4. Galea having to do a strong defense as the rotate comes out into mid. Darcenex gets a pick and a second, and Archie will get a third. And Ethan, that rotate hasn't done him too well, as now Galea have full control of the spike. Brimstone and Jet try and tidy up the round, but Brimstone will fall, and it's down to Jet. Malinio will fall as well to Archer. Big round from Galea. Well played.
Definitely. Very, very well played round. I think we'll all agree that the Ghost is a very OP weapon as a sidearm to use in first round. Yes, it's got that 500 credit cost to get, but the benefits we've just seen, for Own Eyes, picking up 2k for Archer and Darnex, both using the Ghost as well also. So, definitely a weapon to watch out for if you're going up against it. Quite a formidable weapon. And so far, my prediction's not looking that good, but we are at the very beginning of the game, of course.
Absolutely. It looks like it's going to be a stack here. Ethan again playing with Jet in the rear, but it's not going to matter. Archer getting that early pick, taking out the spike carrier who pushed in as the entry frag. The wall will go up, and Sage actually perhaps making a misplay as she covers up that control bracket, sealing her team away. And again, it's up to Jet to try and clutch up. The team is going to go on the charge.
Yeah.
The Zerg approaches Jet, and she'll get one kill, but she'll fall to Phil.
Can you blame them going after Jet, though? I mean, yeah, Jet is an agile kind of character to play. There's a lot of good flanking, good anti-flank abilities that she has, but I can't really blame them going after her in a 1v4 like that.
Perhaps it could have been more controlled, but at the end of the day, they won the round. They're dominating the economy battle at the moment, and they've got no reason not to. Why not?
No, they can enjoy themselves with it, and I think that's the most important thing right now, is for them to enjoy.
Interestingly enough, perhaps one for the CS:GO players, another reference, is we're seeing 2 scouts on this Galea side.
Oh, that's big kills from Archer. Massive kills. Clearly a good, a well well-established Valorant player with the skins as well.
Pick almost coming out onto the spike carrier there. As the rotate is going to have to come out through the spawn. Brimstone there, holding the angle, waiting for Sage to try and peek and get that rotate away. Spike is actually rotating alone away from the rest of the group, but she'll get the kill onto Brimstone. Alex is now able to actually push uncontested away if she's fast enough. But she won't be. Archer will pick up that final kill. A penetrating shot, ending the round 3-0 to Galea.
Yeah. This is starting to stack up quite nicely for Galea. Okay, the economy is kind of banking now as far as Atheon's concerned. Athlon. But it's whether they can put that economy into work. So far, the defensive, both sides have been quite formidable. So, I don't know.
You're not better than me.
It's early days, and I'm not willing to change my prediction as of yet.
But our producer Jake is there, quite willing to retcon his prediction. As the eagle-eyed Damucci will have noticed, he originally backed Ethan. He says it was a missed mid-play. But we won't let him get away with that, will we? As Archer picks up a massive 4K.
Yeah, it's definitely not a mistake.
Brimstone alone. Leaving Phoenix alone to try and clutch up, which he's not going to do. Archer with the big ace.
I just want to double check something, and it's probably going to be production that'll give me the heads up in the background. What was the scores from these two games? First game, was it Atheon or was it Galea that won 13-1? Yeah, okay. So I may have made a bit of a poor judgment choice here. Galea 13-1 Swift earlier on. I'm still backing Atheon though. I'm not gonna. I mentioned this earlier on with the Odin conversation that we had. I'm not changing my mind. I'm standing with the boys.
Mate, you'll be pleased to hear that the justification for my next prediction will be that you picked the other team.
Okay.
Nevertheless, that is a big early pick coming out from Galea. Again, stymieing this 8th in advance, and they've got nowhere to go. They're penned in. It's a slow advance. And Galea can just start circling around. They know where the entire team is. They're going to start holding the angles, waiting for that smoke to dissipate. A couple of shots out to try and get those lucky tags. Nothing will come in. We're going to see Reina trying to get the flank on. Phoenix will fall to the real V2 for Galea. And all of a sudden, it's 5v2. Ethan really up against it here. They're pushing ever so slowly onto side, but it's not going to happen fast enough. Molinio will get a pick onto the real V2. A second onto Nodi. But it won't matter as the knives come out.
This is just like, it's... Come on, Atheon. please pick it up. Please.
It's okay. We all get some things wrong, every once in a while.
Twice
in a row, though. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, if this week's anything to go by, I've been wrong about a few things. Nonetheless, though, at least anyway, I don't. There's not really much for me to comment on at the minute as far as sort of the middle ground is concerned. Round after round, it's been just a shambles. Archer's just destroying anything that comes through that middle gap, and it's working out quite nicely.
The big movements from B lane to A, but Dartanix there, cleaning open that scout. Oh, what a quick round! They just encircled them, pinched them in, and just executed them, didn't they?
I wonder if I can withdraw from making predictions from now on. He's not. Production's definitely not going to let me get away with that, so never mind. 6-0, and it's just. It's just a whitewash at the minute. It is very, very, very. I don't know what to say. If I'm honest with you, I'm trying to form words, but at the same time, I'm just looking at it going, 6-0. That's the second game in a row that I predicted incorrectly, and there's 2 more games left to go.
Don't worry, we will see Archer use that Empress, and it's in the right place. Phil will get a pick onto John the Villa, but that will be immediately taken out by Alex, who'll then get a pick onto the Empress Archer. And for, I think, the first time in in the game. The team I picked are behind your team's skills, but that won't last too long as the real V2 picks up 1, then 2, then 3 in a row.
Such nice picks. Those crisper than Walker's crisps. I could think of a way of putting that then. Brimstone's ult will come out. Hellfire can do a lot of damage, but no one there for it to really to receive it.
Galea in the unfortunate position of having to do a 2v2 actual retake of site. The spike yet to go down, but no, there it is. And the angles are starting to get hold, but Nodi is going to take out Toronto, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1 again in Galea's favour, and they will get the final pick. So, what I'm seeing there is in round 7, the team I picked has beaten the team you picked, Steve.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest about this. Other than that was a very good sort of retake from Galea. Obviously, they had the health advantage over Atheon. I think Atheon only had one player that was just like a smidge over 50% HP, with no armor, no nothing. So yeah, it's always a difficult one to really do something like that or come up against something like that, at least anyway. I think also the KD ratio. I mentioned Rich T got to back the Biscuit Boys. 0 and 7. It's not how you back the Biscuit Boys. That's like one of those biscuits you dunk and it just falls apart immediately.
What a lovely analogy.
Thank you.
We are going to see the early pick again come out from Archer. Really a standout player for me personally. That Reyna. The second kill will come out for Phil, and the spike goes down all alone. Ethan, what are you doing? The 3 of them now pinned down away from the spike, and now the kills will go down one at a time.
Good use of running back there. Very good use.
Yeah, Phoenix's ultimate. Very, very powerful when employed in the right circumstance.
You're never going to believe this, but Phoenix is actually what I mean. Specifically for curveball as well as run it back.
Oh.
Okay.
Potential comeback here, though, as Volcax with that scout, picking up 2 headshots and just giving himself a fighting chance. But I spoke too soon as Dartanix ends the round. Round 8 goes to Galea.
Just acting the team captain of Galea, being like, can you... No. Oh, it's a 3-minute delay, there's no point, never mind. You're like, can you not, please? Can you not? Like, please. No, very good game so far. Galea showing what they did in the first game, basically. 13-1 people. It's nice to see it, but also hard to watch. Very hard to watch.
I think perhaps part of it is Galea are warmed up, as well as being very, very good players. They're warmed up. They've already played a full match. Ethan, they're just coming in now, and perhaps that's what the key difference is. We're going to see the scout here. The operator hunting for that jumping jet, almost picking it up. The wall will be breached, and Ethan can now breach onto site if they so choose, but they are being flanked. Jet with a nice pick comes to Phil. Very slow push onto site here, and it's a full stack, so they know where the team is. They just need to hold their angles and pick up those frags. And Nodi will start with 2 very, very nice headshots.
Very nice
Falling
indeed.
himself to Alex, with Toronto Villa taking out the real V2. Dartanix with the refrag onto Toronto, making it a 2v2, and this is possibly the tightest we've seen it so far between these two sides. Ethan, they've got site control, they can potentially get the spike down now, but it's a 1v2. Archie can back him to win in any of these 1v1s. He deploys his evil eye. There it is, Dartanix with the final frag.
So upset right now. Actually, not upset. It's a fun evening. I'm not upset about it. It's a fun evening, okay? Yes, my dignity and my potential casting career is on the line, but it's also reputation and career. I'll go with career as well. Is on the line, but it's a fun night. I'm having so much fun right now. Probably can hear the amount of by Archer.
Oh, big early pick from Lino on Archer. Oh, but the refrag's coming back out again. You know, you just can't deal with it, can you? Galea, they're always there backing up their teammates, and now we're in a 4v2 situation. The spy carrier pushing alone, Jet still holding this angle, far away from B. Ooh, the ultimate comes out, resurrecting Volcax. That could be huge. Now pulling back. Big wall placement from Sage is now going to see a rotation through to mid, perhaps, which is relatively uncovered, although Jet will start peeking it with that operator. And will almost pick up the kill. The two agents, firing at the same time. A lot of Siege terminology come out from me, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that revive's very good. Well, very nicely done. You know, it's well needed. But at the same time, they don't really seem to be focused on pushing a specific site. You know, the spy carriers coming all the way back.
Oh, that crosshair placement.
Absolutely drilled. Oh, took the risk of getting the Vandal. Didn't pay off.
And it didn't pay off. Oh, the refrag, though. I know it's a 1v2, but... Oh.
That's super good Jet play as well. Sorry, come on, peek me.
Ha, Jet go whoosh.
Yeah. 2-on-1.
You love this kind of mid-range battle, which just isn't appropriate for operators.
No, not at all. And you look at it as well, like, you know, mid-range battle and two players using operators. Who would think you'd ever see that? You know what I mean? It's not just not really heard of all that much.
I'm going to say big B stack coming out. But Ethan, they've got to try something special. You know, maybe they should try and split up and take 1v1s. Maybe they should, you know, I feel like they're getting pinned in too hard on that B side. And that's one of the things with this map. It's very easy with your Sages and your Phoenixes to just stymie an advance for, 10, 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That wall is not going to go all the way across, so from the real V2 in a rare misplay so far. He's going to use the freeze, and it's shaking his camera rapidly as if to say, no, not like
Why
this.
did I do this?
But it is like this, and that freeze will also have gone awry, and that's going to let Ethan onto site very quickly. Toronto Villa charging onto site, not picking up any kills. Start next with the ultimate will get a lovely headshot. Regain all the knives, but will fall to Volcax.
It's going to be game over sooner rather than later as well.
Aye.
Very nice map dodge as well there, closing that up.
ACER with a big kill into Volcax, leaving Rich T as the only player left to try and clutch up. I don't know exactly where he is. Oh! I spoke too soon.
They don't know where he is. And then that's it. That's exactly what happens.
I just like giving you hope. I like giving you hope.
Feels bad, man. Feels very, very bad. I mean, what can you say about this sort of game? You know, Glare just basically showing us how if you get the right team together, the right type of players together, and under the right conditions, you can have a very formidable team to play against. If Currys and PC World are looking to put together a Valorant team, then I think they may have already got one.
Interesting strategy here as we see the spike being taken and then left alone in mid by Sage, who is going to start drifting into the wall. Will somehow get the pick onto Archer with a very nice headshot. The spike, Galea, they now know where the spike is. They know that the other team hasn't got the spike. They can go chasing these kills.
Again, good use there of ultimate once again.
Very much like Iana in Siege for anyone who plays that. Able to, basically face check an area without consequence. Very powerful. The round will slow down, and again, that fight is still over. Alex will pick up a third and a fourth.
No charges left.
Is Alex about to clutch out and get this first round? They haven't got Spike, but they don't really need it at this point. They can just go for frags.
He's one off an ace as well.
Oh, I need this to happen. Go on. The ace! There we go. What a way to make a statement. Like, fair enough, the scoreline isn't too flattering, but what an ace. And you wouldn't have expected it to come from that kind of situation, would you?
No, definitely not. And the thing of it is, as well, is that's going to be a good kind of motivational boost for Athian. Way too late in the game for it to be a motivational boost, but at the same time, it's definitely going to be like, we can get a few rounds off these guys. Let's not 13-1 it, Again, we go back to what I said in the first game, and I think you agree with me as well. 1 or 2 round difference, yes, easily recoverable. 11 round difference, no. It's not feasible, unfortunately. And once again, producer Jakey throwing up the predictions just to belittle me that little bit more for everyone to enjoy. I think, unfortunately, my prediction for this game, but it's not quite working out in my favour.
Phil with a big first pick onto Alex, but getting short shy to buy that.
Yeah, Lee has such a good ability to use from Arena players.
Again, we're seeing ACER actually take a very, very strong attack here, aren't we? Molinio with a big pick onto Archer, but it's not going to be enough. The opening picks will not help them, and Galea will take their 12th round.
This is super awkward. It's you win some, you lose some. We are picking names off a sheet at the end of the day and just going, this team should be good. They 13-1 or they 13-0. Obviously, I picked the bye team, which probably was a little bit of a mistake on my behalf. But I picked them, and the reason why I picked them, and I'll give you my reasoning, is they've had a bye round, so they've had chance to chill out and play maybe a practice as well, and have a bit of time to themselves. Whereas Galea are coming in off the back of a game already. That was my reasoning.
And I'm going to also interrupt you there, because whilst you were busy justifying the team that I picked, we're busy getting 2 picks onto Ethan. And a third coming out from Phil. And they're going to go hunting. Alex hunting for a kill back, but it's not going to come. Dartanix will finish him off. And Archer with that final kill onto Molino. Galea echoing their first round victory with a 13-1.
Yep, indeed. Anyway, time to go for a break. Joking, by the way.
Tell you what, that crowd behind you is quite chipper, given that you just incorrectly guessed the winner of that game.
I think they're cheering for you, to be honest with you, at this minute in time.
Understandable.
I'll give them that one. What can you say? I mean, 13-1 in the first game, 13-1 in the second game. I wouldn't mind having a look at the other scores if we do have them, but I would imagine, considering how quickly that game was over, the other games are probably still in play. We'll find out relatively soon, at least, anyway. But a good game nonetheless, Delta. I hope you're enjoying it so far.
Yeah, no, it's always good to be at your side casting, and especially with such an event. It's very nice that sense of community within the workplace, being able to compete against other stores. It's reminiscent of the Bologna Arena Clash at Esports Fans, which I took part in, and it's always good. It's always wholesome, even if you do get battered, like I did when I played.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing to look at as well is that, you're looking at these guys here. They're playing games for our entertainment at the minute, of course. But at the same time, these are the same guys that you'll go into store and ask questions about kit. You're asking gamers who know how to game. You're asking people questions on equipment that they are going to use themselves, or potentially use themselves, at least anyway. Otherwise, though, I think we'll take a quick break, Delta, if you don't mind. I know I could do with a break after that one. So we're going to show you another video very quickly, and we'll be back hopefully with some scores before we jump into the next game.
You collect your thoughts before the next prediction, and then we'll crack on after the break.
It's exactly what I'm going to do.
Hey guys, welcome back. So today what I want to do is go over the Triton 500. You might have previously seen it in our video comparing all the different laptops, and if you haven't seen that, definitely go check it out. But today I want to go over the things I like the most, what works for me, and some of the techie parts. So the first point I want to mention is the size. I know I keep talking about it, but it really is so much thinner and lighter than any other laptop I've had. It really does feel like a 15-inch laptop. It's just a screen, there's no extra chassis around the outside, the bezels are super nice and thin, which just makes it really perfect to fit into any normal bag you have as well. It doesn't have to be a dedicated gaming backpack, you can just take it kind of anywhere you want. So one of the reasons why it's thinner is because of the Aero Blade fans. So one of the great things about the smaller design is that it's a lot more low profile than your average gaming laptop. You can take this anywhere you want, on the train, to work, out to friends, and it doesn't look like, hey, I'm a gamer, look at me. The branding is small, it's kind of a sleek design, so even if you're not really into gaming, someone will point it out and say, hey, that's a nice laptop, because guess what, it is. So another point I want to mention is the performance. It has a really great performance in day-to-day life, and not just gaming. You can use it for photo editing, video editing, and even simpler tasks, so just taking it to work. You really notice the difference, and having to go from a 144Hz screen and an i7 processor to just a normal computer afterwards sucks, trust me. The battery life is about 4 to 6 hours, but it depends on what you're doing. And as a laptop, it has really great specs. The CPU and GPU coupled with a 144Hz screen makes it great for first-person shooters, and there's no better graphics card at the moment than the RTX 2080. I mean, all in all, it makes a really great two-in-one device. It's not just a gaming laptop, but it's also an everyday laptop. And it's kind of nice to have it all in one place. All your documents, your programs, your apps, all in one place. Not just one at work and then one big clunky one at home. You can take it everywhere you want and use it wherever you want. And I mean, yes, if you're a hardcore gamer, you can take it home, connect 3 different monitors to it and everything else. But then the next day, you can also disconnect it and take it straight to work. I know I've talked a lot about the everyday use, but the Triton 500 really is a hero gaming laptop. It's definitely one of the best out there. And just to remember, the specifications will vary depending on the model. And that's all from me, so like, subscribe, please check out our next videos, and see you in the next one.
Wasting
Welcome back, everybody. We're back with the next game for yourself, Nitro versus Nitro.
It should be an interesting matchup.
Playing themselves.
Not really.
You played yourself.
Congratulations, you've played yourself.
Yes. There you go. We're updated now. We are going to be watching the game Tritium versus Nitro. I feel this time round that I'm not going to make a prediction immediately. You're going to make a prediction first, and then I will make my prediction following, and we'll see how that works out for me.
I disagree.
I do not.
Because so far, my predictions have been based on fact. And now, having seen both these teams play, I would go for Triton, but I want to see what you say first.
Tell you what, let's have a look at the score first. Let's have a look at the scores, and let's kind of see where it goes from there. Okay, so Tritium 13-8, Nitro 13-2. I'm gonna go with Nitro then. In that case, I'm gonna go with Nitro.
See, Nitro, bit of an unknown quantity. You know, we haven't seen them before. I personally haven't seen them in any of our tournaments that we've held. Predator and Korea's PC World Gaming run. So I'm gonna have to go with Tritium because we've seen them twice. We've seen them here and in the COD tournament, and I'll have to back them.
I think you're wrong, but we'll agree to disagree, and we will kind of see what happens. So my prediction, at least anyway, going forward, is going to be Nitro, leading into your prediction, which is going to be Tritium.
It is, yeah.
And we're going to see what the rest of the production guys think in the background as well.
Well, hopefully Jay gets it right this time. You know, he's back the losing course. He's picked it
here
again.
We go.
Jay? What are you doing?
Okay, McCready's okay with. Well, McCready's with you again. Jakey,
the producer, he's just going to retcon in whatever the right answer is at the end, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to him anyway. He's just going to put whatever he wants in right at the very end of the game. He'd be like, I always predicted it'll be Nitro that wins. But that's our predictions, at least anyway. I believe we're still waiting for a player or two to join into the server, if I'm not mistaken. While we wait, we'll roll a quick advert for yourselves, and we're back with you again playing in a few minutes.
Hey guys, welcome back. So I'm here today to talk to you about the ACER's Nitro 5. So not only is the Nitro 5 probably one of the most affordable gaming laptops in the market today, it also has a promotion running at the moment. So with any purchase of the Nitro 5, you also get 1, a free headset, 2, a mouse, and 3, a gaming pack stock full of free games. So really, could you ask for more? Yeah, you could. It also has interest-free credit for 6 months, so don't worry if you want to split the payments. So let's talk about the details. The Nitro 5 boasts an 8th gen Core i5 processor, 8GB of RAM, a GTX 1050 graphics card, and full HD display. The monitor is 15.6 inches, and really, it has really great performance, especially for the price point. The CPU powering it has hyperthreading, which basically means it can run multiple processors at once. It's not going to be a problem, which is really great if you like to stream while you game, which I'm sure probably a few of you do. Aside from that, the laptop really is quite stylish. The design is understated, and it's small enough that it will fit into regular bags and backpacks. You know, there's no huge logos or LEDs you see on the back like with some other gaming laptops, which some of you might like, but it also would look great in an office or work environment. But there's just still enough of the smaller details, you know, like the accents in red and the outlined WASD keys that say like, hey, I do like games. So basically, really, if what you need is an affordable, low-key, but still highly performing gaming laptop that kind of bridges the divide between everyday use and gaming, this is for you. It comes in at $699, it has all the gaming accessories, and it can be found on Korea's PC World, on-site and in stores.
And welcome back to what is going to be hopefully the next game in a few minutes once we get the rest of the players in. I think, Delta, we didn't really touch on them that much, and I apologize in advance that we didn't do it. We are going to have a quick run through the quarterfinal results. I'll let you kick things off at the top, and I'll meet you halfway. How's that sound?
Yeah, so Tritian, the team that I backed, they've taken a big 13-8 victory against Helios after, a dominant first round performance against Thranos. I can't remember the name. Thronos, there we go.
I only remember it because it's one of the teams that lost for me again.
I knew it. Well, we've seen them take two games reasonably comfortably. I'd have to, like I say, I've backed them to win this semi-final, perhaps go on to win it all. Then next up in the bracket, we had Nitro, who took a very dominant 13-2 victory against Cestus. So Nitro, one to look out for. I had a laugh at you, but Nitro, it's a very valid pick. Boys. They've had a very dominant performance there in the quarters.
That's why I picked them. See, we are going to flip on to the latter half of the table. Athian, obviously, the game that we just watched a few moments ago with Galea picking up 13-1 against them, with Aspire and Orion just underneath at 13-6. I believe we're still waiting on one additional player to jump into the lobby itself, so we'll give him a few minutes to do so. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at this bracket and see how it's kind of materializing. We do have our final sort of games coming up at the moment. We have this next game, which is going to be, of course, the game on the left-hand side, Tritian versus Nitro. And then, of course, winner from this goes through to the winner of Galea and Aspire for the final for the evening. And, of course, final is going to be a best of 3. So 3 maps chosen, ready for them to play into. And I wonder if we're going to see it go the entire way, but we'll see. We'll see what happens after this one. Otherwise, though, Delta, I mean, obviously, you and I, when we cast together, we talk quite a lot about games. We talk quite a lot about the game that we're actually producing or casting that night. One of the things that we haven't really talked about is obviously we're doing this for the guys that are on lockdown and the guys that are stuck in the house all day, more or less. What have you been doing to kind of keep yourself occupied as far as lockdown is concerned?
Well, in addition to finishing off university, I'm still working away on my dissertation. Which it's very interesting, and it's a long-term thing to focus on through lockdown. I've also leaned very heavily into casting a production with yourself, EsportsWales, and with a variety of other organizations because again it's something to do. I quite enjoy gaming, I quite enjoy esports. When you put the two together, you can kind of it's a very natural way for me to progress, and I've also dabbled a little bit in trying to set up a bit of a journalist, explore a bit of writing, because that's something that I used to do as well. So I think it's been a good time to not only discover new interests, but revisit old ones, because I've got the time to.
Yeah, I mean, it's, make the most of the time that you've got available. I would love to say that I've been doing the same, trying to expand my knowledge base and learn and all that kind of stuff. But I have been double dipping. I work my real job during the day, and then in the nights coming upstairs and doing my other job, which is this, for EsportsWales and many other different places. I say what I have been doing quite a lot of, though. I've been doing quite a lot of Netflix, probably more than I should be doing. I mean, like, I have absolutely massacred some series on Netflix over the last 8 weeks, 9 weeks. We're talking like Sons of Anarchy. Watched that from start to finish again for the 18th time or 19th time. Punisher series, watched that back to back again, just killing them off. So I'm running out of things to watch, and today I started watching the Umbrella Academy, which I've not watched before. I'm going to do Stranger Things next week as well, I think. So I've never watched Stranger Things, which I'm probably going to get shouted at by chat and by you most likely. I think you probably watched it, haven't you?
I haven't, no.
Okay.
One series that I covered is actually on Amazon Prime. It's The Expanse. It was on Netflix. Okay. It got dropped, and then it got picked up through a fan campaign, #SaveTheExpanse, which was fortunately successful, and it finished its 4th season around the turn of the year. So, hoping for a 5th in the near future.
So you'd recommend The Expanse for me to kind of check in on?
Absolutely. It's a sci-fi series. It's adapted from a book series. I think it's one of those rare ones, in my opinion, because I've got the books as well, where the adaptation, the TV adaptation is actually better than the books, in my opinion. It just captures the atmosphere a bit better, in my mind.
The only thing I've really seen that's been like that is The Man in the High Castle, which is also on Amazon as well. The books are brilliant, but the TV series really like captures the characters. Really captures like the it gives you the impression that they've read the book and gone, this actress or actor is literally the perfect fit because they look exactly how I imagine they're going to look, if that makes sense. I really like the TV series that does that. The only other ones that have done it are, like Lord of the Rings has done it, obviously, with the films. You imagine the characters, and they've made the characters the Hobbit and that as well. But I think we're ready, maybe. Possibly we might have a player in, or we might still be waiting on one. Yes, we are. So we'll load into game very quickly, get our ugly face off your screen, and start talking about Netflix and Amazon and all that.
I'm beautiful. I won't hear any differently.
This beard is just not working for me at the minute. It's my lockdown beard, isolation beard. But it does look as though they are picking their characters. We shall see what happens. Haven. Okay, this is the map that you and I discussed at the beginning, that we both kind of like to watch and kind of like to play as well. So I'll be interested to see how they work this map. There's a lot of good angles that they can peek from. There's a lot of good defensive positions they can hold as well. So I'd imagine as well, looking at the way that the pistols are going, we're going to see a lot of ghosts. Yeah, we do. 3 on Nitro, and we also have 2 then on Tritium. Kind of a... Okay, so the operator choice isn't... It's kind of perfectly lined up in a way, because every operator that's been picked has got an equal opposite. There is that. I think as well also the lack of... We've seen how deadly Reyna can be. Yeah, I mean, I think we both agree on that. We've seen how deadly Reyna can be, and to see no Reyna choice coming in on Nitro, although there is a Jet and there is a Viper to kind of correct it, I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah, quite conspicuously, Nitro, as you say, not picking up the Reyna pick despite how effective she can be. And it's quite a spread out push here. The first pick will come out from Vim Bavin, lethal in that first round of the tournament, and doing so again here, picking up the first kill of the game. Looks like it's going to be a C push, although Spike is still isolated on Charlie Long, but will go down, and the Spike has been dropped.
Nice frags there.
Absolutely. That's what you love to see. The Boombot will go out from tackling, but will get dropped. And the long-range effort will not be sufficient from tackling.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm going to say it in advance, just in case. The Sheriff, though, is a very deadly pistol, and Vim Van just kind of proving that to us with a nice 3k there in the first round. Has the money now to buy himself up some tasty weapon choices, bring him into the second round, and kind of push into second, third, and hopefully try and keep that roll going. Even should be nice.
Yeah, like on the other side, we're seeing an econ round coming out from this Nitro team as they seek to redress the balance. Spike Carry actually going the opposite way on a Charlie push, whereas the rest of the team is on an Alpha push. Charlie just waiting for that toxic wall to go down, and the rest of the team has been dragged into that Alpha site, leaving the Spike Carrier to actually uncontested make his way up to Charlie. I don't think he knows that the rest of the team has been tied up. If he pushes down, he can get the plant down, but the rest of his team are falling, and it's going to end up surely as a 3v1. It's a very, very impressive fake, but is there, is it perhaps too much for him to take, as his teammate is very, very far away from the rotation?
I get where you're coming from with the 3v1, because obviously Brimstone's HP is quite low, but still doable from both players. 2v2 now.
Him picking up that big important kill on Mammoth. Boombot coming out to distract, and actually getting the kill with Taglim, picking up a second. The bomb very close to detonation, too far gone for the defuse, surely.
No, I think he can still maybe get it. Greens has got to be very quick.
Given that he's now
No,
dead,
it's done.
it's very, very unlikely. The retreat will come out, unlikely to be successful, and Triton will pick up a round as well. Nitro will pick up a round.
Nitro, very well played there, pushing that more or less an 8 execute, where in reality the bomb, as you said, the spike, was actually going C the entire time. They drawed all those numbers in, and they just kept them there long enough for, one, the spike to go down, and two, for, Taglim to get himself in a decent position to kind of hold off against the retake. Coming in quite nicely there. You also had then as well Rock, Brimstone, backing things up, low HP, but still putting himself in a nice position to kind of hold that defensive line.
Yeah, we are going to see a C-long push here. And the site will be taken relatively uncontested, although the contest coming out from Sport getting a few important kills. Man with a big flick onto Tiki. And that's a big kill there. Turning it into a 2v2, Rock will make the flank and get a headshot on Lils, leaving it into a 2v1. Brimstone ready to plant on B, but he's instead going to hold the angle. Perhaps unwisely. Sova putting the recon drone out in case anyone does try to approach him. But he is going to be the one that has to push, as the spike will go down on Bravo. Mammoth going to make his way around to South Main.
It doesn't look as though anyone's watching it.
He is going to sneaky breaky it all the way up to site. He just needs to check his corners, and he'll get a very nice flick onto Rock. Brimstone waiting for the defuse. Pros don't fake. He hasn't heard it, but he will peek it.
Very nicely played there again by Nitro. Not just saying that because I'm, wanting them to win, obviously, but very nice play nonetheless. The plant was perfect. He's got post-plant position very nicely tied up as well. So, hand in hand, really, that round worked for Nitro. They were able to put the kind of pressure on Mammoth, to push on to site from one direction. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication as far as which angle to watch from. You did have mid basically completely open into B site. Perhaps having one looking one way, one looking the other way might have helped a bit more, but nonetheless they came away with that round, so good on them.
That's an early ult with not much gain, but Taglim will get the grenade kill onto Mammoth. Getting the refrag, and it's going to be a bit of a melee in that center. The spike not reaching B site, and big rotate coming out from Taglim, but Lils is waiting with the shotgun and will pick up that kill. Massive kill from Lils. The enemy know roughly where he is, but spike is secured for now, and it's now a 3v1.
I got the spike.
Tiki picks up the spike, but it's audible. And that headshot with the shotgun, you're not going to recover from that, are you?
No, definitely not. And I think we can both agree that ult was wasted on mid. It just didn't feed right. The boom bomb immediately afterwards kind of went in the right direction. It did drag the fire away for a brief second, but, getting that one pick, but not even the pick off the ultimate, getting it off your ability, your additional abilities afterwards, that's got to hurt Taglim a little bit there.
Little prediction between you and I, though, from upcoming rounds. If Nitro do take a lead, what I want to ask you is how many rounds it'll take until Jakey updates his prediction graphic.
I think by the time we get to half-time, he'll update it, I'd imagine. Let's be honest, he's probably updating it as we speak, but he's got 2 slides ready for us. Oh, greens!
Oh
my god!
You'd love to see it with a third and a fourth to clutch the round out, basically solo. What a round, and now Triton have got 4 ults charged up to try and press home this advantage.
That is an insane clutch from, let's say clutch, an insane round from him at least anyway. Wow. It's just, that's exactly what we want to see, right? That's exactly the kind of plays that we want to see from this sort of night, at least anyway. that's going to put a damper on things as far as Nitro are concerned as well, because it's also going to make them, kind of have to take a step back a little bit. Maybe not push so aggressive like we've seen them do in the last couple of rounds. They do have money to buy, and they have done so. I'd be interested to see what tricks they got up their sleeve, at least anyway, to push side.
Will agrees. Will pick up that early kill on Rock, but immediately get refragged by Tiki, perhaps exposing himself just a little bit too soon. Gags will push a long. Omen's there waiting and will pick up not 1 but 2 kills on Prabs and Gags, cutting out the offensive and securing the spike. Kill will come out from Greens onto Tiki as well, meaning it's only 1 player left on Nitro, and that's going to be a hell of a task to try and retake this match. And it's not going to matter. Vin Vavin with that operator, lethal and precise.
Yeah, the operator, I love it. I'm so glad that's catching on between you and I now, to be honest with you, because it is literally an AWP. Let's be completely honest with ourselves. A really good game, though. I'm enjoying this game. Okay, my predictions kind of turning a little bit sour at the minute, but 6 rounds in, it's still early days, at least anyway. Anything can kind of happen. Look at the KD ratios, though. Green is that 4 kills in 1 round has definitely helped his KD ratio up massively. Just interesting to see what these guys can push out of it. I think the lack of Reyna is kind of proven it as well, for the entry at least anyway. You don't have anyone that can really blind on entry.
Greens with the Empress and showing just why it's so lethal with a 3rd and a 4th. Another 4K from Greens on that Charlie site, and honestly, Nitro, you just need to stop pushing it. Greens he's gonna make you pay, isn't he?
Definitely, that ult is exactly what what I was referring to earlier. Empress is such an amazing ult to use in those sort of situations where you can catch so many people out back to back. It's perfect use of that ult. 13-2. It says it all in fairness. And I'm probably going to get like a block from Jay, because every time I pick a team that he picks a team, unfortunately we start to lose rounds very early on, and this is looking that way at the moment, at least anyway.
Well, now you know why I wanted you to pick first, right? Greens again with the early pick onto Tiki and a second onto Gags, and there's just no stopping, and he is absolutely on a tear. Taglin will get a refrag onto Legrees, but will fall whilst he's reloading to Lils, and the attack is stalled. Nitro basically penned into their own spawn. Rock getting droned out by that scout. Wasting a bit of utility there, and Green's just holding the angle into C short. Get tagged, and he'll get a 3rd. Green's, you just want to avoid him at all costs at this point. And Rock again making a rotate around to A long, but Omen is there waiting. Sova's pushing in the window, and that is a fantastic round again from Greens and Tritian.
Like, what do you do to combat against this? I mentioned it on, and I'll say it now, Peter, because I did make a slight mistake. Of course, Brimstone does have entry use. He can, not Brimstone, sorry. Yeah, Brimstone does have entry use. They do have entry abilities that they can put into play in this game, but at the same time, it doesn't really count for much if they can't get to entry. If they can't make their way to entry, it's kind of null and void at that point. But I think at the minute, Nitro need to have a think about what's going on and maybe try and combat Greens in some way.
Yeah, Greens, he's going to be holding that Charlie side, be it short or long, and doing it very effectively so far. Taglin will get that all-important kill, and Gags will follow up with a headshot onto Mammoth. Vin Vavin agrees, getting those refrags though, and it's all of a sudden a 3v3. Nitro perhaps building up a little bit that they haven't been able to do so far. Perhaps getting a kill onto the Lils, who were roamed a little too far. B-site is secure, and it's now a 3v1 with Vin Vavin and that big operator having to try and reclaim sites or save. What would you do in this situation?
I'd be saving, personally. We've seen Vin Van. We know that Vin Van can pull quite aggressive plays off, but at the same time, using the operator, this close range, 3-on-1, and Tiki hasn't noticed that he's underneath. This well played, Vin Van there. Just okay, that's utility use. I need to get away from here as quick as I possibly can. Very, very well played.
Sneaky breaking onto sight, like literally right under the noses, and then being like, "Nah, I don't like this spike. I shall wait for another."
Actually, it's not worth my time. This one isn't, so I'm just going to back myself out of this.
And that's the kind of high-level play that we love to see. You know, protecting that economy. You don't have to go for these flashy old big frags. You just need to make sure you're getting, you know, the best investment set up for the next round. And we're seeing 9,000s across the board there for Triton.
Yeah, the money's kind of no object at the minute for them. You know, they've got plenty of cash to spare. It's when you look at Nitro's economy and you see players that are down to, you know, sub 2,000, that's a concern. But obviously, if they can continue to win rounds, it's not a huge, you know, it's not, they're not becoming a huge issue. Or continue to get spike plans at least anyway. It's not a huge issue.
Mammoth with that drone going to try and get a little bit of intel to open up. You will see that there is 2 guarding back on the window, attempting to break through, but Greens is there, ready to push onto C short. She gets 1 kill and will pull back, satisfied with that pick. Able to reload, and he's going to deploy the eye before going for another. That Leah, very effective for the solo roller.
Again, it's the Reyna plays. As
she
I'm
will
talking
push
about
out
it.
just a little too far, and you get pincers. Tackling with a big kill onto the grease, but getting refragged by Mammoth. And Spike has access to B, but will instead choose to rotate C. Whilst Vin Vaven has actually moved away from Charlie and over to Bravo.
I think this is intelligent play. I mean, gotta get the spike
He's going to
down.
start making some noise, and yet there we go. The audio, as soon as it goes off, we see the team starting to organise a retake. They're being very well disciplined. They're not all pushing at once. Vin Vaven just waiting, holding that angle, and this will be a very easy in-time defuse.
Yeah, that's a wasted ult as well coming in from Jet.
I haven't seen anyone teabag in years.
The Tritium players actually were doing it in the first game. They did it once or twice. Yeah, I caught it briefly. I mean, yeah, crack on. You know, it's all fun and games. It is massively BM, like in the esports community. You don't tend to do stuff like that unless you are a toxic player. I wouldn't say. I mean, I say toxic, but I don't mean it in that sense.
I mean, again, Vin Vaven probably fits the profile there, given his choice of agent.
Yeah. I think it was actually Vin Van that was teabagging as well, in all fairness, because I said the toxicity from a toxic player, toxic character even. This is big for Mormon. We'll make it work. Never mind. Didn't need to shoot the drone. Because that Boombot was already past him, going up the staircase, so I don't see why he needed to shoot.
Yeah,
Unless you can prove...
stack.
I was going to say, unless you've got any idea why I was wrong.
No, that full alpha stack, it worked at first, but then Greens, he's just... You're not going to counter that, are you? The spike solo, tackle him. It's going to now go on a little charge around to Charlie. Completely unopposed at this stage.
He's trying to do his best Junkrat impression. Not quite working out for him.
The plant will go down in default, and the rest of the team, they're going to be aware at this stage. The call going out that it's not on Bravo. Tackle him getting a big kill onto Vin Vaven, though, with the rotating mine. But the Grease will pick him up. And default plant, you know where it is.
Yeah.
That's going to be another win for Triton.
I'm having so much fun.
I love it when people do that. Right, so that little the little shots at the end, that little rhythm, I always tend to do that in games that I play. If I win, I do it in CSGO. Yeah, absolutely, Valorant. Yeah. I do it with boosting the winning scene in Rocket League.
It's the saddest thing I've ever
love
heard.
it. It's just a thing.
Green's actually ulted onto that one, by the way. Empressed up and then went straight into site, just pushed it and cleared it as a 3-man stack. It's like, right, this is my side. Thank you very much. I know you're all scared of me, so let's do this.
Yeah, what a game Greens is having. Like, you know, it is a team effort, it's a team game, but Greens having an absolute... just playing an absolute belter.
So, we don't obviously know what's going on in the other games, but I'm kind of interested now. Who do you think we're going to see in the final?
I mean, I think it's going to be a rerun of what we saw in COD. I think it'll be Triton versus Galea.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking Galea as well also, given how strong they were. Going into that last game that we watched and the first game that we watched as well. This game at the minute, obviously 8-3, we've talked about deficits all night. I'm not going to talk about it again, but everyone knows my opinion on it. It's a lot of rounds for Nitro to kind of recover from.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Triton, they've got the advantage here again in manpower. Nitro's stuck in their spawn. Most of the round is gone at this point, and they still haven't picked a site to charge down. And at this point, you just got to kind of go for broke. Mammoth picking up another kill on the guys. The spike will fall, and Mammoth with a big 4K there. A flawless round from Triton, and you know, this has got to be where it ends.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the block on like Twitter, the block on Facebook, the block on everything from Jay. It's gonna come. I can see it already. Every time I pick a team that he's picked as well, also we both end up getting the rough end of the stick. 9-3, and again, you know, Jakey has updated that. Was he Nitro before?
He was originally Triton.
He was originally Triton. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a... I get a bit one-sided, unfortunately. You know, Nitro, very, very strong in those opening rounds, haven't they? But, you know, we did we did see Triton come back very, very strongly in the second half of their defensive push. It's going to be interesting to see how they try to engage the site. Now, Mammoth with a big early kill onto Gags. And it's a basically uncontested walk onto Charlie.
Yep.
Mammoth with a second kill. And, yeah, that's all she wrote. 5-stack, covering every angle, on site, bish, bash, bosh. I'm going to call it already. This is round 10 to Triton.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Jet, last woman standing, I should say. 1v5. Jet's a good character, but come on, not possible, I don't think. Maybe get 1 or 2 out of this. 1.
Ooh.
Give me the second to prove me right. Come on. 2. Okay.
Oh, go on.
Come on.
Selsky will eventually fall to Greens. Who else? Who else but Greens? Will they get caught by the bomb?
Did I not say 1 or 2 kills?
You did, and that was vague enough that it actually happened, so congratulations. But, you know, that was very good play at the end, you know, denied a little bit of economy, perhaps. You know, you just want to go in and get those frags. In that first round of a half, there's no point to saving, there's no point in not challenging an objective, is there?
No, it's not. It's much like, you know, when you kind of get into the second round and you're kind of still on eco, there's no point in kind of sitting back. You want to push forward and, you know, do as much as you possibly can to get as much out of the game as you possibly can. This is a weird push, though, coming in straight.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the C stack. C long is still far back, and C is so open.
Every corner of an empty site. And Nitro, they're still none the wiser. They're still holding that site. Oh, Nitro, you hate to see it. Just entirely stacked on A, and on a 3-site map, you can't do that. You can't.
I just don't envision a retake going that well. Pistols against Vandals.
Shockingly, Greens has picked up a kill. Will almost pick up a second, but will fall to Gags. So we're putting out those recon drones. Lil's picking up a first and a second on the rocket, perhaps respectively. Jet charging into Mammoth's crosshairs. Mammoth will go chasing this final kill onto Gags. Because why not, really, at this stage? Gags will pick up the kill. Deny a little bit of economy, but at this stage, denying economy is not good enough. Gags will save the rest of... Well, it's going to come to a contest at the end. Illegrees will get the final kill onto Gags. and the save will mean naught.
11-3, and that's it. I mean, like, you know, we've got 2 rounds left for Tritian to pick up. Deficit's massive. You know, Nitro are kind of, they're forced into spending all their cash on this round and praying that they come away with something. You know, otherwise we go into round 12 into 13 with no cash on, you know, Nitro's back pocket to burn on anything, and you know, they're stuck without any chance of really recuperating from it. So need to see, it's a need win round from Nitro, this is.
It'll be a slow start, but Omen will start pushing with the spike, almost entering, and Greens in reserve. Ball going out from Van. Silicky will pick up the first kill and the second onto Lils and Greens, but will fall to the Grease. But that's a good pair of opening picks for the round. The rotation will be covered by ice from the Grease, but the kill will come out and tackle him onto Mammoth, the spike carrier. The Grease picking up a refrag onto Prabs, but Taglin picking up Vin Vavin, and now it is a 3v1, and they know where she is. They know that the last player is behind that gong on B, and they just need to coordinate a pincer. The Grease will pick up a third, pick up the spike, but I don't think she's fully aware where the other players are. She will get a revive onto Vin Vavin. Vin Vavin will fall immediately though, and Rock will clear up the rest.
Nice gif, I like that. It's just very nice round from Nitro. I mean, it worked out quite nicely. I said it was a must-win round. You know, yes, they lost numbers in that round. Yes, that's going to damage the economy a little bit, losing those additional numbers. But at the same time, it's a round on the board, you know, and they can't afford to keep losing round after round like they have been against Tritian.
Yeah, very important as well that they wasted that ult from Sage. You know, that could turn out to be key. At this stage, perhaps not hugely, but you know, it's something that will help. Recon darts going out. Mammoth getting a big penetrating headshot onto Tiki. Gags will hold the angle on Charlie, but the team are mostly going to push this mid and possibly look to envelop this Bravo site.
I don't see where this is going from here. I mean, I get Green's obviously pulling back into that position, but okay.
Ooh.
As I'm talking about it, Green's just proved me wrong. Never mind.
There will be a Bravo plant. Lils. It's not really doing too much actually. Floating around the entrance to see Long, but will get the pick onto Rock. Turning it into a 3v1 in Triton's favour this round. Crab's left with the unenviable task of trying to clutch up with a Spectre no less, and
20 HP
he
as
can't
well.
really. Yeah, a Spectre 21 HP. It's not in his favor. A long rotate, which is predicted by Triton, and there it is. Mammoth with a nice crosshair placement and the headshot onto Probs.
Yeah, Mammoth just playing very, very nicely. You know, we saw him round before last, just basically waiting for that jet maneuver to punch out, and his crosshairs are just in time, just in placement, ready for it. He's quite a good player at this. Once again, I'm proven completely wrong, and as you can see from the predictions below, Nitro was my choice. That is never a good option. You know, if you're ever going to bet on teams, don't go with the teams that I predict is going to be the winner of. Unless it's legit teams, like as in EsportsWales, where I know a little bit more about it. Otherwise, though, match point. Green starts things off for us as well, Delta.
Yeah, absolutely. Green's getting a nice pick onto Tablin to kick things off in what you would have to argue is the final round.
Yeah. I mean, we can't deny that. It's going to be a very difficult one. You don't shoot. Sorry. The reason why you don't shoot is because you want Omen to have fully committed to the teleport, and then you ping them. But lesson learned for another day.
Greens will get the plant down onto Alpha, and again, an all too familiar story. 4v1, Gags rotating through his own spawn.
You fought well.
Will pick up the kill on Mammoth.
Oh,
and a kill onto Greens, and it's possible. It's doable. Gags with the hopes and dreams of Triton on his side here.
Sage with a 1v4 clutch.
Strange things have happened.
It's true.
But she has to get 2 kills and Spike, and it's like the weapon. Degrees will flank around. And there it is. Triton 13, Nitro 4.
Oh. We've had 3 very good matches like that we've managed to watch back to back. And there we have it, 13-8 to Galea versus Aspire. Galea actually pushing forward into the finals alongside Tritian, your 2 finalists for tonight's event. I think we said match predictions at the middle of that for the final. We knew that we figured Galea would be the ones that are going to be going into the finals, at least anyway. Not to say anything on Aspire. They beat Orion. Both of them had a rest game prior to, so definitely a formidable side, at least anyway. And Galea actually having to go 13-8 against Aspire. So Aspire, a very good team nonetheless, to take 8 rounds off them. I think that's the most they've had taken off them for the evening. 13-1 in 2 games. I think that was a very good representation of what we were expecting, really, from tonight at least. Should be a very interesting best of 3 final. How do you feel about it going into it, Doctor?
I'm quite excited. Both teams have shown they've got a lot of quality on their side. We've actually seen both of them tonight and previously in the COD, so a couple of old rivalries to settle as well. I think we are going to go to a short break, just so that the 2 teams can lobby Steve and ask them not to pick him in their predictions. So, we'll bring you the update on that after the break.
Cheers. I know. Me and you both did the same face. How weird is that? We're not even seeing each other in between. And you're like, hello. It's really weird. Anyway, we're back, and what a night it's been so far, Delta. Once again, not possible without our friends from Predator, who are putting on these game nights for Curry's PC World and Dixon Staff. Really enjoying myself this evening. I have done for like the last 9 weeks. Every time I've jumped into these, either as a player or as a caster. So it's really good to get involved, and I'm glad that you're involved in this as well, Delta. I know that you're normally behind the camera rather than in front of the camera with ourselves, but it's good to get you on camera and get McCready out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely with that sentiment, and I'm sure everyone in the chat will as well, so that's fun. One thing that I think the chat will agree with as well, that I'm a massive fan of this prediction system that Jakey Boy Pro has worked on.
Yeah.
And, I think it's brought us no end of entertainment. It's certainly been the main event for me so far. And with no further ado, Steve, who is going to not win this final?
My prediction's Gallia. They're going to win it overall.
No, because that was going to be my prediction, so you can't pick that prediction.
That's unfortunate. Steve. That is. I'm picking them, so it's done. I've already picked them. That is my prediction for this evening.
Well, I'm going to pick Gallia as well. And one of us is going to be wrong. So,
yeah.
There we go. So is Jay going to be? I'm wondering if Jay is going to be a sheep and follow
Jay's
your
prediction. Jay's going to type in NA in his one, not applicable.
I'm done.
I think we're just waiting on Jay's prediction to come in, which should hopefully be in a second. Salty J has voted for Valorant to crash. One of our reservists, Jay, is unfortunately having some issues this evening, which would be a good time for him to perhaps look at the ACER range of laptops. The Predator range of laptops. Maybe.
Nice segue.
Thank you. I've been working on that all night. Perhaps have a look at that. See if that gives you a good option to maybe pick one up. That might help you in future. So we've actually got a split between the two. If we take Jay's prediction out of the equation for the time being, we've got 2-on-2 essentially, Galea and Galea for me and yourself, and Tritian for Jakey. Ooh, Jay actually changes his opinion from crashing Valorant to Galea as well.
Retconned once again.
Yeah, exactly. I can see Jakey's prediction changing as the game progresses, but at the same time, I think me and you have made a good choice. After seeing what they can do, 2 teams back-to-back, 13-1s. Yes, okay, the last game was 13-8, but they're going up against a side that battered another side already. I do think that they are the strong contender to win this best of 3.
It'll be a tight one, and I would back this game to go the distance, to go all three maps. You can't put this Triton side down. Although I have picked Galea, I would back Triton to make a real fight of it, and I think the whole thing will be decided by fewer than 5 rounds, personally.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well. Also, I do think there's going to be a hell of a fight into it. I think what we're going to do for a few moments, though, while we wait for the rest of the players to jump into the server, is we're going to take a very quick break. Roll a quick video for yourselves and move back very shortly. Oh, straight into gameplay, boys. Oh,
love to see it.
You do love to see it. And Ascent is actually our first map. And this is a map that you know quite a fair bit about, as you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, I know about it, but I'm not good at it, I think is the key lesson that I said to take away from. But yeah, I'm quite excited to see how these two teams approach this map. These two teams, it's the final. This is the highest quality we're going to see in the competition, and I'm quite hyped.
So looking over the agents, we see 2 Rainers, we see 2 Sages, and then a mishmash. We have Sawyer, Silver. Sorry, Sawyer. That's weird. We have an Omen, and we also have a Viper for Tritian. We do have a Phoenix, my main guy. Love that character. We also have a Jet, and we have a Brimstone as well. Bit of an interesting pick, but again, we've seen what happens when teams don't pick Rhea, being quite as OP as she is at the minute. I'll let you take off with proceedings.
Reyna, very powerful character, and as you see there, the opening pick, not necessarily down to the agent, but the healing orb after, absolutely. Reyna, she's one of those operators, she can take fights, and then do another 1v1 because of her heal. As you're seeing here, she takes down a second Archer with a 2k.
It's the kind of agent that doesn't really fear pushing through those smokes as well.
Absolutely, she can counter with her Leer as Noddy picks up another kill, and Triton already down to 1 player. In round 1, Archer will pick up a third and seal it for Galea.
Not bad. I don't want to say anything. I can't say anything because every time I do say something, it goes wrong. Tonight there's been nobody we're casting, and Delta, you'll agree with me, and I know that there'll be other casters out there that'll agree as well also. You have nights where you can make predictions and you're on fire. You're literally calling everything continuously throughout the entire evening. No issues whatsoever. And then you have a night where you're just absolute nonsense is coming out of your mouth, and you've got no chance of predicting anything, no chance of calling how players are going to do what or which way they're going to run. And this is what tonight is for me.
It sounds to me like you're trying to justify picking the wrong team in every game we've played so far. So, that's all well and good. Working away on that, as we are going to say Real V2 walk into the wrong alleyway and get domed by 2 agents. But was that an overcommitment, as now Galea have unfettered access to the rest of the map, and that is a big headshot coming out from Dartanix onto the greens. The second shot will not be successful, and Sova will quickly scurry away back into spawn. Mana looking for a pick, will get it onto Bill. A long range attempt, but nobody with the range advantage with that rifle will be able to win out. 2-0 Galea.
Can we say as well also, there seems to have been a counter found for greens, and it's in the form of Archer. Archer just dominating greens round after round. 2 rounds in a row, picking them up first frag, and this first frag every single time as well. You hate to see it, but at the same time, we mentioned this twice already tonight. Someone needs to find a counter for greens, and this appears to be it.
Yeah, well, greens, both teams, they've been playing for a long time at this point. It is possible that fatigue is going to come into play. We've been online since about 2.5 hours now.
Yeah,
and
more or
these
less.
2 teams, they've been playing non-stop, so fatigue is very much coming into it. But we are going to see the opening kill come out from Real V2 onto Ills. Again with that Omen, then Baron will get a return, and Archer will get traded out by greens.
Oof, I spoke way too soon. Again.
Don't worry, mate. I think we're used to it for now. At this point of the night from you.
Yeah, 3v3. Oh, that's so good as well.
Green's getting locked out from sight, and now Galea have unfettered access. Green's having to break it and make a lot of noise to try and get access to sight. Will distract a couple of the weapons, but to no avail.
See, I've not seen people break that post spike plant. Oh, mammoth. Oh, and the Grev.
Oh, Legrez. Big kills coming out, and Triton will pick up another round. I thought they'd left as a fuse then. I thought they'd just walked away.
Yeah, it looked like they did. I mean, I stopped myself there because I realised I was in the middle of cutting up quite an integral part of that round. But normally with that door, obviously this is from me playing rather than me sort of casting as much. I've already casted 2 or 3 of these 2 or 3 Valorant games so far, outside of the 5 that we're doing tonight, 6 that we're doing tonight. I've only ever seen that door being broken pre-plant rather than post-plant. The reason why it's pre-planned rather than post-planned is because it stops the planter. There's a lot more room to maneuver with it as well at that point. So yeah, nonetheless, it worked out quite nicely for them. You're able to push site and clear out.
Very good site retake, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Yep. We're going to see Galea full stack this Bravo site now. And it's not actually going to go too well for them. They pick up 1 kill, but Real V2 able to take out. Not before one of Galea is taken out, though. Nobody will get a pick out onto Legrees. And Triton now down to 3 men. Still very much a Bravo stack here, though. Happy to rotate round after having been effectively useless for 40 seconds. Real V2 will get a kill onto Vin Vaven. Big kill, Vin Vaven. I think MVP in game 1 is down to Sova to try and hold site. Real V2 will take him out, and Darsnix will take out the roaming over.
Just wanna ask a very quick question. Can we get the predictions back up on the bottom very quickly? I'm just checking to make sure he hasn't changed it, that's all. I'm just checking to make sure he hasn't changed it, that's all.
There's a lot of rounds yet to come.
There is a lot of rounds yet to come, I would agree with that. But so far, so good for Galea. Kind of working with our own predictions to how this is going to work. Archer is popping off quite nicely, 6-2. Green is still there as well also. It's not go and go because they kind of like... They can kind of counter each other quite nicely, all the characters can kind of counter each other quite nicely that they've been picked for this map.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think perhaps the developers of Valorant, they don't actually get enough credit for. The balance between the agents, they're all viable and they're all very well balanced. You're going to see a bit of an entry onto site here from Galea after taking a casualty in the entry. Brimstone will push. Legree's making a lot of sound as he tries to get back up onto that ledge. Don't think he's aware that Brimstone has actually entered. Brimstone will get a kill onto Vin Vaven. Sova challenging him, and Mammoth getting that nice headshot. And they're going to force a rotation, but it's going to be a 3-stack against one person, whichever site they choose to go to. Unless these rotates come out.
Did you see that then? Dartnex must have taken his eyes off the ball for like 2 seconds, and that RNG just played him right out.
You hate to see it. Beans will get a kill onto Archer. Again, the caster's cursed, hitting you hard. But Real will get the return and then revive Archer. The Reese will get the kill, but then Darsnix will trade him out. Archer back on the field. Mammoth killing Darsnix with the 3rd kill. Archer getting the rotate onto Lils, onto that Omen.
It's game over. Nicely done by Tritian. Mammoth's like, I need to just survive now, so I'm just going to back myself off. No time for the plant. Nicely played. 3-2 into round 5. Round 6, I should say, actually, now, isn't it? No, round 5.
No, round 6.
No, it is round 6, yeah. This will be round 6. Sorry, maths and English seem to be not a strong suit tonight. So.
Don't forget predicting things.
And predicting things as well, yeah, evidently. Although it's kind of working my way at the minute, I'm just not hopeful because of how bad my luck has been. So, we'll see.
Mammoth with the early drone after Sova spotting the Phoenix push. Hellfire will come out, perhaps a little overzealously. Bit wasted there. Mammoth will be able to hold this Bravo angle as the main push is actually going to rotate and come through main.
Yeah, weird. That was a weird ult.
Very, very well-timed siege wall, cutting out that advance temporarily. Sage does get kills for Triple Door. Mammoth will get the kill onto Nobody and then rotate back to get the angle onto Bravo. They're not going to be able to contest that very effectively. Archer with a flick onto Lils as Mammoth gets his own kill on Phil.
The Vandal is literally the AK. Changed my mind.
But it's not the negative, so it's not the best gun in the game.
Yeah.
Rotate will come out onto A.
Nice. Well done. Well played indeed by Galea. Your weapon choices are almost as good as my Mac predictions, to be honest with you. So I think we'll leave that conversation before it materializes any further. That's a nice round from Galea. Very nice round.
Absolutely. You know, no negatives or like Comans as they're called in Valorant, unfortunately so far, but we might see one or two before the end of the game. Who knows? You know, we might see some real gameplay. Nevertheless, Galea taking a strong 4-2 lead as we head into round 7. Archer looking to entry fag his way onto the ACER here, getting that Lear eye ready for a push, and Lil's not being baited in by the Lear. Phil using his ult to face check all the doors, get the intel he needed, and then he's going to hold the angle. Will pick up the kill on Vinvavin, not his original target, but it won't matter as Greens now has to try and contest him. Phil will drop to Legrees, who will get second onto Dartanix, and all of a sudden the spike is in Triton's hands. Brimstone is going to have to frag out, essentially, if he wants to win this round. The angle is being watched, and he's not going to be... He will be able to take it! Greens falling to a very nice flick from nobody.
Gotta check that close left. I think he's going to get pushed at the same time.
There it is, the window, and Legrees getting the revive, saving the economy. Very, very good play there.
Is it a save though? Yeah, it would be a save actually. I was gonna say, is it a save or is it a waste? I mean, do you keep that revive or do you go for the revive? I don't know. I mean, you decide.
Well, it comes down to what you value more. You know, there's no sense in not using it, in my opinion, because you're gonna regenerate what you have in terms of ultimate points, and if it means you get that eco, especially when Triton have been behind on eco for a lot of the game, I'd say that's a very good move.
Fair enough, I agree. It's always one of those ones. It's like the 50-50 of it. You know, what's going to be more beneficial to the team ultimately in the long run, as opposed to the short run of it. You know, money can be generated, but so can, you know, your orbs. Greens just destroyed the real V2 then.
Absolutely destroyed, didn't they? Archer will get a headshot onto Greens. Very, very nice pick, and it's going to turn into a 4v3. Galea not really seem to have too much idea. Here, a bit of a mid push coming out, but it's spikeless with Jet looking to push Alpha, surely. Vinvavin will face check this Bravo entrance. Very, very dangerously close to Archer, who, as we've seen, has been lethal. The crosshair will be placed, though. He's heard something, and he knows that they're there. He'll look away at a crucial moment, but will flick back onto Archer and get a second kill onto Noddy. Very, very well played, with a third onto Dartanix.
Hell of a round there coming in. Very nice round indeed. Exactly what you want to see from Tritium. You're making good use of the economy they've got left in there. You've now got Reyna, Viper, and Omen all on ultimates ready to be used. You know, looking good as far as Tritium's concerned. I would imagine they're going to take this round as well also, you know, being an economy round for Galea. Then again, we have seen Galea take an economy round and pull something out of the bag with it. But look at that KD ratio for Archer. 12 and 5, like, it's very, very nice at the moment, and we're only, 8 rounds into the game, so we'll see how this progresses.
Full A-stack from Galea here. We're going to see the Jet rush onto Saya, and it's going to be very, very effective. Hills can do nothing but to hide. We'll get a pick onto Real V2. And contested, but will then fall. Archer with a kill. Dartanix with 2 ult kills using Jet. Agrees. Has to really contest this. They want to make something up the round.
That's going to give the game away as well. Spraying up that wall just behind. I think you may have heard like a little bit of a footstep maybe to his right. Obviously we can see player through the wall, but never really going to connect with anything. Oh, Dartanix.
Oh, you love to see it. Dartanix with the ult kill. Sealing up round 5 and stymieing a bit of a losing streak for Galea.
Yep, 5-4. Kind of cauterizes the wound as far as Galea is concerned with the 2-round drop back-to-back there. Be interested to see now if they can kind of start the ball rolling again. Obviously, we watched them in the game before last where they just steamrolled team and continue to steamroll them round after round. We're not quite seeing it from this one, but they are two very well-placed teams, very well-matched teams as well.
Yeah, it's another early rush onto A side, but it's going to get stymied by Greens, who's going to pick up two very, very nice kills. He'll deploy the Leah, but Real V2 will be equal to the task. Shoot it out and then shoot Greens. Darthenix getting a kill onto Vavin. The spike will go down on this A side. And Mammoth falls to Darthenix. Mammoth picks off Darthenix and then Real V2. Archer will then, though, finish it all off.
You've got to admit, I mean, Mammoth's got a hell of an aim on him. Like, I'm look at his KD, 12 and 6. Like, a very good picks he's bringing up. You know, he's hardly ever ADS in, first and foremost. You know, one thing to look out for. He's just banging shots at the hip, and they're all connecting. Very nice play indeed. Don't forget, of course, this is a best of 3. This is map 1, so we do still have 2 further maps to go. I say 1 further map to go with a potential 3rd map should it be needed.
And all of a sudden, my pick on Galea looks a little less certain, because whilst they have taken 2 rounds in a row, you know, they're going to the wire in those rounds. Archer picking up Vavin. Field will pick up Greens. Nobody will pick up Lils. And Galea going on a bit of a tear. 5v2 going into the minute mark. And this is a heavy loss for Triton. Mammoth will pick off Archer. Big kill. But they've now got to try and retake site. And 2 solo pushes here. Feel will be looking through this smoke for the push. And there's Seiji sees him, but he deploys his thing at the same. Oh, he deployed his fireball.
Yeah,
and that just wasn't it. That was very poorly timed. The attackers still win, but
that ain't it, Chief. That ain't it at all. That was rough to watch from Phoenix's perspective. That fireball is so poorly timed. That is the RNG though, you know, and that is how things work. Unfortunately, within this game, there is a massive RNG factor with it, and we just saw it play out for us on our screens, more or less. You know, he sat there waiting for the push to come through, and then all of a sudden you just see Sage's wall pop up, and you're like, okay, he's there. You know, what am I doing? You know, it happens.
One pick comes out from Triton. Legree is getting a nice headshot onto Phil, cutting out that Bravo push early.
I was going to say as well, one quick highlight from the last round is that run it back from Phil pushing straight into A site and clearing out A site with the run it back, you know, in support of Brimstone as well. Oh, Archer.
Nice pick onto Mammoth from Archer. Mammoth, a standout play so far for Triton. So that's a big kill. Archer with a second kill onto Will Pavin. Another standout player, and all of a sudden the rotate will come out onto B. Oh, the reload.
Yeah.
Does him the dirty. Greens gets a kill, and then the Grease onto the real V2. Noddy will get a kill for the Grease, though. Move on to site and hunt. He's now got to try and hold it solo against 2 people. Greens going hunting for that kill and picks it up with kill number 3.
Bit of a poor placement of the stim. He's pushed it so far out of cover that he's going to have to expose himself too much to really use the stim, which is why you see him dead there outside the circle rather than inside the circle of the stim. Unfortunate, but it happens. And we're now on the flip, so we will see. We'll see what these players can realistically do. 5-7 at the moment, still in favour of Galea. So they're still doing good work so far. But that round difference is not quite as big as I would expect them to have wanted. Which I hope you'll agree.
Yeah, you know, it's getting to the point where it's actually too close to call. Galea very, very strong, and when they win rounds, they win them they really dominate. But Triton, they're plucking rounds away from them 1 or 2 at a time, and it's really, really strong, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is looking hella strong.
Long range battle will come out across mid as the rotate comes actually out from A and round to B. That's a long rotate for I'm not sure how much game. Brimstone waiting there for them. Vinvavan will try to entry. But it won't matter. Greens will actually pick up the kill. And now Triton are free to push in onto this Bravo site. Dartanex will try to slow them down, and Real V2 will pick off Greens. He'll keep contesting, but he hasn't managed to keep them locked into that entry area, and the plant will go down from Sage.
It's a good Viper wall as well. Very good Viper wall. Oh!
Oof, unlucky. Vinvavan picking up Real V2, but Archer there flicking onto his bonds.
Yeah, just give him a new haircut there straight away. Oh,
big
Mammoth.
kill from Mammoth there onto Archer, and the Grease will also get the kill onto Dartanex, and Mammoth will pick up the third. The attackers Triton pick up round 6. The predictions there.
6-7, yeah.
Seemingly, you know, it's very tight to call. I might have to slip Jakey a $5 to change my prediction.
Yeah, for the first time ever as well, my prediction is kind of it's okay at the minute, but it's slowly
Close.
slipping from my grasp. And I'm concerned, yeah. I'm worried about that slipping out of my grasp completely here. But nevertheless, though, we go into round 14 with high hopes that Galea can start to... Never mind. I was about to say that with high hopes that Galea can start to pick off players here, but evidently a cursed commentator kicks in before he can even open my mouth.
Yeah, Mammoth the strong early pick. That Sova arrow not being too effective. Now Mammoth picking up a second. Nobody will headshot Vinvavan, but agrees there to pick up the frag. B will get pushed now. It's completely undefended, but the core hasn't gone out, so they're going to be a bit more cautious than they need to be. Greens, Azrael will take on Archer and win, making it 4v1. And you know, Phoenix, I don't know if he's going to be able to clutch this one out. He's very far away from sight. A lot of the rotations are about to get covered. And this is a very difficult site to try and retake as well because of the amount of hidey holes. That area at the back, the south side of B, is very, very difficult to dig a defender on. And Mammoth will pick up his third to win the round for Triton and even things up here in round 14.
Yeah, I mean, 7-7. What can you say other than, well done to Tritian. We mentioned earlier on before the game kicked off. We were saying, Galea definitely the stronger side as far as scores have been concerned throughout the entirety of the evening. But we mentioned as well that Tritian aren't the sort of side that they're going to just let it be 13-1 on 2 maps. They are going to put up a fight, and they are going to make sure that they take some damage out of Galea at the same time. But right now, that damage is so effective that Galea just they can't seem to stop the control of rounds being lost.
Mammoth with 2 big kills up in the middle to set Triton up to actually take the lead here. They are going to go mid short to A, sorry. And that's going to be a very, very full stack. All charging in at once, driving that Phoenix away. The Sage will go up, blocking off the exit, and that is damning. The spike will go down. Conspicuously, the wall hasn't been activated. Oh, Greens with a big headshot onto Phil there.
I feel like they don't need the wall. Yeah, they don't.
They didn't. The Grease, big headshot to seal the round, and give Triton, I believe, their first lead in this round, in this map.
Yeah, definitely their first lead going into it. They have been on the back foot for quite some time throughout this evening. So it's nice to see them kind of throughout this map even, it's nice to see them take that kind of extra round advantage and kind of push forward with it. You almost, you want to see something different perhaps from Galea. They obviously were quite dominant throughout the first half of this map. Picking up a lot of early kills, but you want to see something different from them almost.
Not with a very big first kill onto Mammoth, the top frag for Triton. That's going to be a big kill. The retreat will come out from Greens. They've got unfettered access to Bravo here.
Yeah, they do
I
indeed.
don't know what's happened, but Galea, they've just stacked mid, and they've just been comprehensively outflanked.
I believe we're on pistol round for them. It must be for it to be like this.
The Sage Wall will go out and block off that spawn to B, please. The wall's up in between mid and B. Only just getting taken out. Vinvavan with a pair of kills. Archer falling. The Grease taking out Real VT. Nobody will then take out Vinvavan and then actually clutch it all out. The Grease with a nice third kill onto Phil.
Yeah, Tritian are very happy with that as well. You can see from the camera shaking immediately after the round finished.
You can picture the hype in comms, can't you?
Oh yeah, you can 100%. I would love to have access to comms, but at the same time, I'd also not want to, just in case.
Quite fond of my eardrums.
Yeah, I'm quite fond of mine as well. Also, look at that KD as well, coming in from Mammoth 20 to 9, 16 and 9 for the Grease as well. Also, Tritian have really turned the heat up on Galea and been like, we're here to win this. We're here to kick your ass at the end of the day. You may well have 13-1 two teams, but we're nothing to be sniffed at either.
Conspicuously as well, like Triton, they've had like a different standout player each game. First round, first map, it was Vinvavan. Second one, it was Greens, and now it's Mammoth. It just shows that it's a team effort. It's not like one individual carrying the team. Mammoth picking up his 21st kill, but then getting traded out by Archer, who himself will get traded out by Lils. The ult comes out and Hellfire blasts Lils. In return, the Grease will revive Mammoth. And that's a big moment. Sage showing her utility there. Real V2 picking up a kill as well. And it's back to a 2v3 for Triton. Phil holding the angles, waiting for this peak, but Mammoth will be equal to the task and take Phil down. Getting another kill courtesy of the revive from this Sage. Sova, not someone that you typically think of as a fragger, but it's happening for Mammoth, isn't it?
Sova, a very good utility player.
You're not wrong. Oh, that's unlucky. The Grease getting caught very much by surprise by Noddy, and his aim taking a bit of an L as a result. Noddy with a big 3k to clutch the round out.
You gotta look at it from Noddy's perspective. I'd be happy with that, but at the same time, you'd be super disappointed going up against a pistol. I don't know. I want to see this going Galea's way. Obviously, I want a prediction to be right for a change, but at the same time, I'm loving the fight from Tritian. Like, I'm really loving the fight from them, and the kind of can-do attitude of being, we're going to keep ourselves in the momentum. And keep pushing forward on rounds against you guys. So I'm loving it, if I'm honest with you, either way. I think if my prediction does go incorrect, which possibly could do, then fair. It is what it is. But I've had a very good night nonetheless.
It has been a very enjoyable night, not only for you and I, but also the production team here at EsportsWales, and I imagine one would hope the players as well. Sage will get a wall up on that Bravo site and slow this Triton advance. Archer hunting for those kills down mid.
Nowhere to run!
We are actually seeing Phoenix still holding his angle on A, whilst the whole enemy team is stacked on B. He'll finally start rotating around, but the angles are covered and site control is basically assured now. A bit of a late rotate there as Greens picks up a kill on Nutty. The spike will go down.
The biggest issue we got now is the health pool that's available as well. You look at Sova's health pool. Run it back being used as well.
Phil with a nice kill onto Mammoth there. Dartnix holding these angles with that operator. Green's just healing up before he takes this fight. He'll bait out the shot, but will not want to take that straight away. He's probably going to wait for backup, but he hasn't got time. The attackers will down him Greens with a nice kill on Dartnix.
See this map going to Tritian already, 10-8 the round deficit is not as mental as we've seen for the rest of the games tonight, but the way that Tritium are playing at the minute, and they're forcing Galea to eco this round again. After last round, that big buy up they did. I do see this going Tritium's way, and I hope my prediction is not incorrect, like every one of them has been this evening so far. But with the fact that there's a 2-round deficit and there's only 3 rounds to take it, I'm kind of hopeful for Tritium.
Yeah, it's kind of indicative as well of just how powerful the economy can be. As we see the kills coming out already, despite it being a pistol round, Galea making a big effort of it. 3 pistol kills so far. They're getting the refrags on every single kill. And now they're able to arm themselves using the dropped weapons. And there it is, the revive will come out from Sage. Crucial to try and not only save economy, but steal it. The plant has gone down though for Triton, as they will seek to hold this site with that operator in the hands of the capable Vin Vavin.
Keep guns or go for it?
Go for it.
Yeah,
go for it every time. Oh, Noddy. Picking up Vin Vavin as he looks away at the right moment. And there it is, the second kill onto Lils, and he has got time, I think. It's going to be very, very tight, but he will have it quite comfortably.
Yeah.
So Triton with another... Galea with another victory.
Indeed, another victory. A very, very cool, calm, and collective victory as well.
Yeah,
very, very one. 10-9. Galea kind of bouncing back. I still fancy Tritium for this map, if I'm honest. Just purely because we saw them obviously win on this map as well also, but I would like my prediction to come true, but at the same time I can't deny the fact that they are dominating quite nicely on this map as is. I would hope you would agree as well, but the sounds of your silence is possibly not an agreement.
I'm just taking in the good Valorant gameplay here, mate. Archer with the kill there as well, leading Archer with another kill, making it a 5v2. Galea really on the offensive here as they seek to reclaim Dardanix, making it a 5v1, and we're going to see a flawless round here. Surely the Grease going to have to take on Phoenix here. Will pick up the kill onto Phil, but he hasn't got spike control, and Galea, they can just hold angles now. They'll surely even it up this round, and we're going to see it go the distance.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I would imagine... I'm still going to back Tritium to win this map, but I would imagine we go to map 3, because I would see Galea taking the next one. Unless, of course, Galea can pull out all the storms on this map. Take this one, I believe they'll go into the next one and win it as well. Oh, agrees.
Oh, go on. Naughty.
Oh,
goes to the revive, but he gets it, but it won't matter.
That revive
will
is...
wait for Mammoth to be fully revived, and then heartlessly go him.
Yeah, that revive is a yikes from me. Like a fully committed yikes.
Waste. Yeah.
I think we'll agree on that one, that one was waste. I know we didn't agree earlier on the other one, but that one for me is definitely a waste, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. If you're going to make it a revive, if you're going to use your ultimate points, especially at this point where you're unlikely to get another ult, you've got to make sure it counts for something.
Yeah, you are very much unlikely to get another ult at this point. Unless you were to collect... Actually, I don't think there's orbs on this map anyway from the collect, thinking on it.
There is, and obviously you're also getting from kills, so you've got to frag out.
Oh, yeah, but,
yeah.
You can't get that many orbs from fragging out. I mean, like in the sense, if you wouldn't get another ultimate based on the frags, based on how many rounds there are left, you'd have to ace a round and a round and a half when you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much wasted. This round is going to start very, very slowly. 40 seconds pass, only one kill coming towards the minute mark, but it all kicks off lives with a kill. Greens and Vin Vavin following up, and Galea down to 2 men. Triton with full site control. About to get the plant. That Sage wall will go down as well, and that's key. That's going to hold back the site retake. Make Galea come at them one at a time, and Triton, you'd have to back them to take this round. Dartanix with that operator, looking for a kill. Nobody refusing to open that door. Dartanix with a very, very tight angle onto the grease. That's a big kill, but will it count for much? Triton, unfettered sight control. The spike is about to detonate. This is round 11.
Yeah, if I'm Gilly, I'm going for exits. I'm not going to stick around and try and retake a site like that. Oh. Good small
Risky.
push.
Very risky.
Obviously gone for exit, which is understandable. I'd go for an exit in that situation, but you've got to be able to commit your shots, right? You've got to be able to get the hits that you need to get to be able to get that kill out, which is not obviously happened in this case.
Alright, Tritian now within 2 points of taking this map. Galea falling behind once again. You can't understate this comeback from Triton, can you?
No, not at all. Not at all. Dartnex again starting things off with the operator.
Yeah, it's a big early pick onto Sova. Galea with the one-man advantage, but all spread out as Triton get a full stack. Phil getting killed with Bavin, but that will get quickly refragged by Legrees. Greens onto V2 and then collecting the Hellball. Unfettered access to site. Archer will pick up Legrees, but Greens will pick up Dartanix and close that wall off. Big moment there. They have site control. Greens with the lead and then getting that kill. And Greens with the fourth. There he is. He's popping off again. Greens, he's back.
The rear-on-rear violence must stop. That's literally all this game has been is rear-on-rear violence. I think Archer and Green have just killed each other the most times out of everyone else. But you hate to see it and love to see it as well at the same time. Tritian 1 round off winning this map. I think if we go, I think we will go the full 3. If this is obviously how this ends now. Depending on what map Galea picked. For second map, and then obviously we go into third following if need be. But Tritian, and unless they can kind of keep this momentum going, the win streak momentum into the next map, we could go with 3.
Quite conspicuously, Triton have 4 ults, and if it does go to a next round, they have 5. Greens will pick up a kill on Archer, and Lil's picking up a kill on V2. It's a 3v3 as nobody gets a big kill onto Mammoth. Nobody will scurry back and hide on B, waiting for any rotation as Phil holds on A. They're going to start pushing this mid-angle as Triton seem perhaps a little bit short on ideas. Greens will use it. Try to get a pick onto Phoenix. Phil will kill Lils. And seemingly get away with it. There's the Lils. Well, Greens knows where he is and will pick up the kill. Greens is second off the map. Of the round.
Yeah, now 1v2 and picked up the spike as well.
Would you back him to do it though? That's the question.
Yeah, I can do it. He's got a Vandal. He's going up against a pistol in the hand of Brimstone. Not sure what Jet has, but Jet's too far off the site to be able to come and help out on B. He's just going to get this opening pick, which he does.
He got the opening angle, and that's a kill. Number 3. The Paul will go out, and Jet knows where to go. The spike goes down with only 5 seconds to go in the round. Greens is overhealed, and Empress Jet yet to use her power. Those knives are going to be absolutely essential if she wants to clutch this round out, and this is a must-win round. Triton on match point.
Get out of my way!
As Greens holds the angle. Jet is going to come and try to contest. Greens holds the angle and will get his 4th kill, sealing the round. 2v1 clutch to win the round for Triton.
What an amazing round for Green there, right at the very end. Tritian taking the first map in a best of 3. I don't think, you definitely didn't predict it that way. We couldn't have predicted it that way. That's nuts. You go, 13-10 to finish up on for the first map. I think we're in for a very, very good second map coming up shortly. I don't know about you, Delta, but I think my voice box could take a slight break after that one.
Oh, absolutely. It's some incredible Valorant. And these players, they're going to be playing through a lot of fatigue at this stage.
Definitely.
Map 1, there you see it, Triton 13, Galea 10. After Galea took, a fairly decent lead, at least 2 rounds. They were 4-2 at one point, they were 6-4, I think 7-4 at one point.
Yeah,
they were very strong leads, and then Triton saying, "Nah, we're not going down just yet." And coming right back at them.
So, nah, fam, this isn't the way this works. So we're going to shoot to a very quick break and we'll be back with you very shortly, where both of us will probably be a bit more awake. I'd imagine Delta's going to get himself his 5th coffee of the evening, and I'll be back soon.
Hey guys, welcome back. Talia here. So, what I'm going to be doing today is playing Apex again, probably badly again, but this time on the Nitro 5. And I've been playing on the Triton 500 for about a month now, and other games, not Apex. That's why I'm so bad. So, I'm kind of interested to see how the Nitro 5 fares up to the Triton 500, because at its price point, it's around £700. It could be a really good deal for you. It's a little bit cheaper, and if it plays at the same quality, then that's pretty great. So I'm going to play this today, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. If you have any tips or tricks, please leave them in the comments below, or you can just sit back and watch me fail. Either way, let's get started. We're gonna actually do something this time. Okay, let's start again. Let's go. Where are we gonna go? There's always people here though, guys. Always. Okay, open. Give me things. Oh, crap, I need a weapon. Get me inside. Give me that thing too. Alright. I don't like this place. There's always people in here. Pick it up. I don't have a good feeling about this round. I don't have a good feeling about any round as long as I'm the one playing. Hide in the trees, hide in the water. Oh, wait, where are we going, guys? Come in. Wait for me. Where are you? Oh, you're okay. No, you're on the roof. How did you get there? Basic controls are hard. Okay. Just stay here and look for people. Yeah, how about that? Maybe someone will run through there. I never use the grenades. They seem like they're useful. I just don't use them. I'm running. Relax, I'm so tense. Oh. God, someone's gonna shoot me now. Oh, he's so far still. Where are you? Okay, you're not there. Oh, you're right there. Oh God, someone's shooting at me, run away. Bam.
Give me a sec. Recharging shields.
Reload. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Shield. I don't like that gun. Ew. Okay. And I'm dead. Yeah, I deserve that. Okay, so all in all, not great. That's me, that's not this. So the Nitro 5, it performed actually really well. The screen definitely reminds me of the Triton 500. Actually, the whole look of it does as well. The only thing that's different is it's kind of a bit thicker, but the performance was still really great. The only thing I would say is you won't get as high frames per second on this one as you will with the Triton, and some of the in-game details probably would be better to keep it at like a lower setting for this one in particular. So if those small things kind of make a difference to you, then I'd definitely say the Triton's worth the extra money. But if not, then this is at a really great price point. So if that's the kind of thing you're looking for, you still really like your gaming and you still want it to play smoothly, yeah, then I'd say definitely this one for you. It was good. It was definitely really enjoyable to play on. It'll be more enjoyable when I actually know what I'm doing. So yeah, that's about it from me. So if you have any comments, tips, tell me. Just give me something, or don't. It's fine. Just watch me fail multiple times. That's also okay. And yeah, please like and subscribe, and see you in the next one.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, I do apologise. Muted my microphone in the break there. Welcome back, everybody, though. I hope everyone enjoyed that advert. I have offered my services to my friends at Predator, our friends at Predator, I should say, for the sort of help and assistance, maybe, with regards to recording videos like that. If you want to win, you know where to go and all that kind of good stuff. Nonetheless, however, I think that's enough selling myself. What are we looking at for this one? What are we thinking, Delta? Do we think we're going to see Galea bounce back? Or are we going to see Tritian take a second?
You know, a lot of his mentality, Galea, they'll have, they'll have taken a bit of a lead going into that. And they'll have seen it, broken down again, and then a second time, and then eventually, obviously they went on to lose. So Triton, they're going to have been buoyed up by that. You saw just by the movements of their cameras after a round how excited they were. They've got the hype and the momentum carrying them. Honestly, I'd have to say Triton are going to take this one. If I was to make a prediction contrary to my original one.
So your original, yeah.
So I am going to slip Jakey a 5, get that changed. The graphic will be updated. And
I do think the shaking of the mouse is going to be down to the fact that they've seen how well they have done this evening. They've battered teams, in all fairness to them. So I think them shaking mouse is going to be, this is great. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is brilliant. We're actually putting one over a team that should realistically be beating us. But I think we do have all players in game, so we are going to flip over to our game screen and we shall check in on the action ready for you. Bear with us, actually.
Our observer is engaged in conversation with the two teams at the moment, and he's actually missed a call to get them started. So we are going to be bringing you that action in just a moment. I'm very excited. We saw Greens do very, very well, especially in the tail end of that match there. A couple of very, very important kills, especially that last round where he had to 2v1 clutch it. That was very good, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and he's been a pretty good standout player for most of the evening. The games that you and I have watched, at least anyway. I would definitely say he's been one of maybe 3 or 4 players that we potentially put forward as like player of the evening, if that makes sense. I wouldn't say player of the tournament because it is a tournament, but it isn't as well at the same time. Yeah. But definitely player of the evening. He's definitely hot. In contention for that for me at least anyway. I mean, maybe go into game. There you go. We're going to game. Yay!
I'd love to see it.
You do indeed. Let's start things off as we mean to go on, and I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah. So we've come back to where it all began, and this is a map that we've seen. I think it was Galea we saw on this map in match 2. Quite a dominant victory there. They clearly know all the nooks and crannies in the map. They were winning gunfights from very unexpected angles where they weren't the kind of like in pole position to win them.
Yeah.
Triton, we haven't seen them on this map. A bit of an unknown quantity. I think that will absolutely play into how the rounds play out as we see a big Doomstack approach mid from the Galea side, and Greens opening up proceedings here.
Yeah, indeed, and good first pick for him taking Jet down. Oh! Archer. Wow. Archer just absolutely slayed out there very nicely indeed. Basically taking down more than half of or just over half of the team.
Fantastic work there. Galea, they're going to start trying to come back. Legrees. Triton are going to start coming back.
Yeah, Triton need to figure out what's going on here. I need to figure out very quickly, getting that spike onto A site, getting the planting ready. And Galea, unfortunately, are not ready to rotate just yet, although they are starting to stack it, ready to push through. There'll be room into a tower ready for the push into site together. Back themselves up, both of them at the same time, and they can take this on, and they do indeed. Make short work of the Grease.
We've seen him take on gunfights and be very successful at times, but unfortunately not there as the defuse comes out. Galea will take the early lead in this second map.
Yeah, can't blame them as well. They want to get that. They want to be quite dominant. They have been quite dominant in that round, at least anyway, taking down that mid push very, very surgically. Archer picking up 2 frags there, kind of stopping the aggressiveness of Tritian as early on as he possibly could.
Yeah, the Doomstack down the middle didn't really do too much for them, and we are seeing them change tacks here slightly as they stack up on. I say that they are actually starting to stack up on the on mid again. Bit of indecision there, perhaps some miscommunication, but the utility will start coming out on the east side, forcing them into a mid-push. Spike has been spotted. Archer will pick up a kill on Mammoth. Activity will stay centered around this main area. Dartanix with that. Was effectively the scout. Holding angles, not picking up anyone just yet. Greens will start rotating. Lils trying to push up quickly. Vivavin will try to entry here. Archer picking up a kill on Greens. Oh, you love to see it. The evasion there, real, getting a big kill on the Greens. And this Triton advance is absolutely stymied in its tracks as Galea pick up a second round flawlessly.
So perfectly played by Archer there. Just like, yeah, you can't hit me, but I'm going to drag you out into the middle of the stream with my buddy who's coming up behind me with a Phantom to be able to take you down. Sorry, a Spectre to be able to take you down. Nicely done. Good teamwork. on that one. 2-0. I mean, it's how we started the first map. It's very early days yet, of course, and we've seen what Tritium can do when they're on the back pedal. You know, they can step things up, they can push things forward. I'm interested to see how well this can progress for both teams, realistically.
Yeah, you know, it's early doors, but one thing that we haven't spoken about, actually, is just how Archer is. Like, we've been bigging up Greens. Archer hasn't been too shabby himself.
I said that, I mean, at the beginning of the first round, or the first map, I should say, Archer kind of became Greens' kryptonite for a little bit towards the early part of the first map, taking him down, I think, the most out of both players. Two very, very well-placed Reyna players, with good aggression on both sides. The rotation is coming through, though, towards mid, but Archer's there waiting for it.
Archer with a big kill onto the spike carrier, using the Reyna to cover in advance.
Look at this pincer now. They're caught between Archer on one side and Philae on the other. Oh.
Vinvavan will be equal to that task. The carrier will push and get a headshot onto Phil. But also then push onto Dartanix, but Noddy will get the refrag. Archer making a big rotation through that vertical shaft, trying to come up on the flank of the Scalea side. Real V2 will take out Mammoth, and Archer will pop Green's head for another Galea victory.
Well played. Very well played indeed there from Galea. You can't help but think as well, like, again, we've seen a repeat of last map. The kills are coming quite thick and fast for Galea. Yes, you look at Tritium as being, two players that are kind of lagging behind those and Mammoth, but we know Mammoth can pick his game up to be one of the better players out of all of these guys, when he chooses to. Rough start from Tritium, very rough start, but remains to be changed, of course, considering we have, potentially another 10 rounds left if Galea can keep this up, or if not more.
Yeah, I think when Triton have built up a bit of economy, that's when they become lethal. Agrees, picking up an air kill on Titanics, taking that scout away from them, but Noddy with a nice double kill, teaming out Phils and Mammoth. Big kills there for Galea. He'll now go on a big flanky boy Romy as Noddy picks up another kill on Greens. Phil's popping the Grease and Vivavan able to kill Noddy, but it won't quite be enough. Triton, they've planted, but it won't be enough.
No, definitely aren't. He's just playing.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it indeed. Yeah. Anyway, 4-0 at the moment, still now in favour of Galea. If you're Tritium, how do you combat against this, Delta?
I mean, you've just got to. I think at this point they've ecoed for 4 rounds, been resoundingly beaten. They need to fall by and they need to take a round off Galea, because at this point Galea's economic advantage, that is what's carrying them to the rounds. They've got the better equipment, they've got full shields. Triton, they've now full bought. This is the round where they make it count.
So we're seeing cut the legs out from underneath Galea before they start running.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you've pretty much hit the nail on the head though with that one. The ice does come out as stymieing the advance onto Bravo, and again it will come out slowing them down. He hasn't actually heard anyone yet, and there it is, the wall as well. Now they've got to make the noise. The calls will go out, and Galea now know where Triton are, but Greens will pick the kill onto the V2. Archer will get a reply onto Legrees, and this Bravo advance has been, it's been stymied, and all the eyes are on it now as Archer picks up the second and the third. There it is. There it is.
You see that Archer push then, we caught it from the sky cam. He's parked his Lear out in front of him, and then swung out, and he's managed to get 2 picks off that one Lear alone. That's why, again, I'm turning more and more into a fanboy of Reyna as the days go on when I watch Valorant and when I play Valorant. That's why there's such an OP character. That Lear is so aggressive on pushes, it's so aggressive on defensive as well even. It's very, very, very difficult to counter it, other than to take your eyes off where you're aiming and shoot it.
Like, that's the main thing. Not even the fact that it makes you short-sighted, but the fact that it draws your aim away to somewhere else. That's what makes it lethal, as Dartonix gets a first and then a second onto Mammoth.
Speaking of aim, they're showing us how the operator works and the greasy. Oof.
Nice escape there from Dartonix. The Grease hunting for that kill, but unable to find it. Will revive Greens. That's a big revive. Greens, very capable player in the hands of that Reyna. Phil holding the angles. Waiting for this push. He knows it's coming. He can hear the audio cues from those shots. Very good omen placement there from Triton. Is this the round where they will take a point off Galea? 40 seconds tick down on the clock as we still see this running gun battle come out from Dartonix.
Strange enough, Philly actually thought that was the Galea from Reyna or something back and tried to shoot into it, but
Everything happened in the last like 5 seconds there, didn't it? Yeah. Everything happened.
6-0. We've seen what happens when Galea can get on a roll like this. We watched it the game before last. You know, once they've got a good couple of round momentums, you start seeing them pick up that speed, pick up that extra advantage of knowing when the economy is poor on Tritty and then putting the pressure on a little bit more and when to relax back a little bit and let them push into you. They seem to be a lot more comfortable when they're in this kind of a lead points-wise, but also this kind of a lead as far as the economy as well.
Big up from Noddy onto Mammoth. Phil will follow up with a headshot on Greens. And again, it's Treats inside, they're losing these early engagements.
They are indeed.
That's a big kill from Archer onto the spike carrier Vivavin as well, and Triton. They're losing all these early gunfights and it's just killing their offensive momentum. 7 rounds in a row now they've lost.
And this Triton can kind of like flip a switch, you know what I mean? This deficit just grows.
Yeah, it's in stark contrast to what we saw in map 1, isn't it?
Tiredness may be a factor. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. Fatigue. Like, these guys, they've now been playing for, assuming they warmed up beforehand, about 4 hours. Like, that is no small prospect.
Yeah, I mean, last night there was a CS map. It went on for 4 hours and 25 minutes, I think it was. 4 hours 25, 4 hours 30, I think it was. And, it's hard going, and that's one game. They then had a 20-minute break and went on to the next straight away. Drains you physically and mentally, which I think a lot of people don't realise about this sort of game. And Galea just finish that round off. It's happening too quick for us to really comment on what's happening.
4K.
Yeah, just like that.
See it. Look at that kill rate from Archer. Like, it's not necessarily, when you compare it to the rounds, it's not necessarily the most impressive, but in terms of simple percentages, 15 kills, 2 deaths. What do you say to that?
So get a calculator, because I have no idea how to work that out. That's a lot.
You're looking at roughly 1.9, 1.92.
1.8? Oh no, 1.9. Would it be 1.9? Yeah, it would be 1.9, because there's the 2 kill or 2 deaths. Is it 2 deaths or is it 2 assists and 3 deaths? I don't know. We'll find out after this.
What?
What? I thought it was 15 kills, 2 or 3 deaths.
It was 2 deaths.
2 deaths. Sorry. Okay, I got the assists the wrong way around. I do apologize. It's a very long day, okay? It didn't work since like 9 or 8 a.m. this morning.
It has.
Archer,
the producer in that year just saying he's been up since 4. I've been up since 1, so in the sleepless top trumps, I win.
Yeah. Archer basically just showed us exactly what we were talking about, his KD ratio. Just dominating with the Phantom.
Yeah, really be able to pick his fights and do extremely like big damage. I hate to articulate it in that way, but big damage. He's doing incredibly, and there is another 3K. Any chance that Triton had of taking round 9, gone. Lils, you're a talented player. God love you, but you're not clutching this one out. Oh. Although
He
Real
says-
V2 has his head taken off as Lils gives him the big don't argue.
He says, you know, Lils basically said, "Don't tell me I can't win this round." Attempts it, but doesn't win the round in the end anyway. We're in round 9. Yeah, we're coming to the later stage of the first half. And so far, Tritium are yet to really show up on this map. Look at this green score from this round in comparison to the last one. You know, he's top fragger in the first
unreal.
map. Three kills, 10 deaths. That's insane. 18 kills for Archer, 2 deaths. Noddy with 10 to 3. You know, there's not really a standout player as such from Tritium because they're all consistently dying very early on into the round. They're getting the odd frag here and there back. They're not really committing or being able to kind of make that kind of impact.
Yeah, you know, Triton, they've just not performed. I don't know what it is, that maybe they just don't know the map too well. Green's using a overheal and some very good aim to try and get an entry onto B side. They are going to get spiked down, but as we've seen so far, that hasn't helped them too much. They've not been able to hold these sites, and it doesn't bode well for their defensive rounds, does it?
No, it definitely does not. Spike is down, as you said, though, so you know they're going to get some cash as a result of that.
But Green's going to fall, and Dartanix will pick up a third onto Mammoth, making it a 2v1. Galea able to pinch around. The Grease looking for that kill will find Dartanix and has a very good chance of actually securing this round.
Oh.
There it is.
Nice. Okay.
Will he be able to find Diffuser? Oh, wait, no.
He's
I have
attacking.
misread the situation.
Okay, so Galea are known for giving a round, so let's see if they can pull this to 13-1.
That's the token round. No more.
Yeah, exactly. They've done it 3 times then in this match even. This tournament.
Yeah, Triton doing very, very well. It's a secure round. Very late on, but it's a start. Will they be able to clutch out and bring another 8 rounds in a row to make it level? I'm doubtful. We are going to see a very strong stack in mid with only a 1v1 elsewhere on B side. Triton trying to push this mid side here. But very, very slowly they're being detected by recon bolts, which they are yet to take out. Being very, very comprehensively spotted by Galea, who are now rotating to meet the charge onto B. Archer there, lurking, waiting for that mid push. Omen still waiting as Real V2 picks off Vivian.
Spike could quite easily rotate to A, and it does through Orman's teleport.
That's big.
Yeah, that's a big play right there. And they got to know that that rotation's already come in. But they didn't as such. You know, it's just fortunate Brimstone is somewhere nearby that he can do something with it. But he is going to have to wait for Archer. Ooh, let's get taken out by Mammoth.
Yeah, Mammoth with a big kill onto Archer. Lil's also picking off Real V2. Triton look like they're about to take a second round in a row.
The excitement there from Nils.
That's the thing, it's these little victories which are going to give you momentum, if not in this map, then going into the next. You know, taking these victories off and stymieing the momentum as they go forwards.
Thank you.
I say, if I see Tritium take this next round, and they take that's the third they've taken in a row, just before halftime, or switching from halftime, I should say. It's going to take a lot of willpower, but they could potentially come back. I mean, we saw them come back in the last game. You know, albeit not from a deficit like this, but you know, they did make some work. You know, they did do the work to get to that point.
Yeah, they never say die, and weird things have happened in esports as they get the first 2 picks again onto Galea. Green's taking out Archer, that key fragger on this Galea side.
Enemy
Ooh, Real V2 with some very nice recoil control, but Reese will then get a refrag and take him out, and B site is now completely clear. Triton looking to get this spike down, and it will go down in default as Galea rotate around to try and retake site against a 4-man strong Triton.
Strong Titan.
Oh,
Tritium,
Mammoth.
sorry. Oh.
Phil peeking out agrees, but Mammoth with the well-timed refrag. And that's the thing, Triton in this situation, they can just trade. That's completely fine. Noddy being very, very cautious. And the wall, there it is. You're not going to get past that.
No.
He is going to go and try to save, but Vivinin will pick up the kill. 3 rounds in a row, it's doable. Tentatively.
I said 3 rounds in a row, and then you've got, switch over, and Tritium, could use a really good start again, or a start off again. So let's see what happens.
They need to win these first 2 rounds. They need to stop
Yeah.
Galea from getting that economic advantage, don't they? Bit of tension as we see a full stack on Bravo. Only 1 player going Bravo to mid, short.
Could be quite big from Galea though. If they can commit this and they can push the side. Oh, the rotation.
B is almost completely uncontested. We are going to see Galea basically walk on without any recompense. Nobody will get a refrag onto Ills, and Archer popping greens. Plant will surely go down now. There it is. The spike has been planted, and Triton lose a 3rd. To Archer. The 2nd kill of the round. Vivinin picking off nobody. Unable to pick off Phil, who gets him. And surely that's got to be round 10 for Galea.
Not quite certain what agrees. Agrees looking like the additional player to come from support, right? Yep, that's it. Nice. Oh, 10-3, still in favour of Galea. Maybe our prediction's not right then. Probably not right.
Galea very, very strong on this map so far. They've had a bit of a waver, but they've stymied the offensive from Triton, and perhaps most crucially, they've got that starting geek on, so you'd expect them to take this round as well.
I want to see you crawl.
Yikes.
Yeah. So, again, very nice voice acting from Viper.
Exactly what you want to hear at 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
Dartnick's
exactly.
going on a tear in the early moments. Mammoth will eventually get him, but not before real. And Archer also popped 2 each, and then Triton, it's only Reyna, and there it is. Green's falling very, very quickly. Triton, they're now 8 rounds behind again.
Again, we talked about deficits before. An 8-round deficit's probably not recoverable from. It is Tritium that we're looking at the end of the day. They may be able to pull a few rounds out of the bag. But Galea, we've seen what happens in the first half, and if we check the scoreboards very, very quickly, they're on a tear for the entirety of the first half. We're now seeing them go 2 rounds up in the second half already. It doesn't feel feasible for it to happen. We're going to go to map 3 off this.
Oh, absolutely. Early shots coming out. Archer falling early to greens. Big moment there.
Crazy with mid.
Make an escape.
I was going to say, the crazy thing with mid is that Dartex is actually facing up against one, and then all of a sudden it's a double peak. Oh, the accuracy.
Big kills there. Green's getting some nice shots in at the end. Triton up to 4.
Yep, 11-4. Too little, too late, maybe?
I mean, like I say, weirder things have happened, but you'd have to still back Galea at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. Unless something drastic happens, like Galea have 2 DCs.
Please don't jinx it.
No, I'm not going to jinx it.
We already have Jay's prediction of Valorant to crash. It's still reasonably fresh in my memory. Let's not have it come to pass.
I agree. I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. We are going to see basically a doom stack on A as Galea want to end this all very, very It is going to be held up quite comprehensively. Jet holding the angle. There it is, just shows J, Valorant crash. The info will go out, and Triton will pick up some very, very big kills all of a sudden. It is a 3v2. Archer will take that down and shorten to a 2v2. They don't have Spike.
No, they don't. And they don't really have a good utility player left. I mean, Owen's decent. Oh, this could be close.
Oh. You would back Archer to win those, wouldn't you? But there it is, Triton. You know, they're the kind of moments that they're going to have to pull out the bag as they take it to 11-5.
Go on, Triton.
You love an underdog story, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but love an underdog story. You know, especially in this sort of situation where they take the first map not in the easiest fashion, and now we're into second map, and they haven't been playing good. You know, they've been playing quite poorly, and I think they'll, you know, happily admit that as well. And then all of a sudden, it's now like, right, okay, got cheeks on the line. You know what I mean? It's squeaky bum time. Let's get this round over with. Let's get these games done.
Let's get this bread.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get this bread, gamers.
Ball's coming out from Jet. Strange timing for it, but Warren to the Startnix will decimate this Triton lineup in the early stages of the round.
Yeah, we'll have a Viper and Sage left up. Obviously, Sage can revive if she has if she has enough, at least, anyway. Oh, never mind. I take away the fact that she could revive.
That's a big old yikes, and you're going to have to say this looks like it's going to be the prelude to match point for Galea.
Yeah,
the walls go
definitely
up. Vin Vavin has no way of getting around. In this
very
situation,
well executed.
Yeah,
I think you'd agree as well. Very well executed by Galea to get onto site like that.
Oh, he looks for the kill, but Jet is able to just scurry away in the nick of time. He'll retreat, which gives Jet the opportunity to also retreat and save herself from a bomb. Big win for Galea as they take themselves to match point.
Yep, indeed. Viper keeps the gun as well also, so good for... Oh, no.
What? Dartanix, he backs up into it. Although,
yeah,
strangely enough, that counts as a third kill for Dartanix, so way to go, man. Way to pack out those stats.
Archer also picked up Vavin right at the very end as well. So we see
the save not very effective.
What we now see essentially is a full purchase buy from Tritian on a no lose round, and what is pretty much a mid stack if you look at it from a mini-maps perspective.
Yeah, they've put all the exit one basket, haven't they? They have spread out now a little bit to try and counter that A push, but you know, they've just got to use everything. They've got to win this round and then just keep on winning. They need to win 8 rounds, you know, uncontested, if they're to have any chance. And Archer puts paid to that with the first kill on Vivavin. The ult comes and 3 wins on Triton.
Oh,
Phil getting a kill onto Lils. That Empress is going to be very, very important if they have any hope of trying to retake this Bravo site where the spike is being planted. It's down. Hunt through mid will pick up Archer. Big kill. We'll pick up a second on Real. But Darnex is there to take out Greens. Nobody will get the refrag. It's a 1v2 in Galea's favour. Mammoth, he's capable of doing this. He can frag. But he's also completely outflanked. And he has not got the time to make the kills. Has he? Has he? Goes on fake.
Here. Oh, no.
No, you hate to see it. The ult comes out. Oh.
What a way to win that round. Not on match point like that. We got a map like 3, boys. Yeah, no, exactly. We got a map 3.
We have got to map 3. big comeback from Galea there. You know, to come back that strongly and take map 2 so comprehensively. That's a big statement of intent. I know I've already got a prediction in place. I don't want to call it.
No, same. Neither do
map
I.
3 could go either way.
I'm staying with Galea. I mean, I backed them from the very beginning. Although Tritian, obviously, taking that first map is going to be quite hench for them. I think now that both teams have kind of had a chance to bed in and kind of learn a bit more about each other over the 2 maps, map 3 is going to be a completely different ballgame, and I would imagine we go the full length. I think, however, Delta, we could both do with a very short break, and I think the players have asked for one as well also. So we'll take a very brief break. We'll roll a quick video for yourselves. I'm going to see if Jakey can play my favourite one out of all the videos that we've been sent from ACER. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gents, for map 3 of Best of 3. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, Best of 3. This is map 3, the final map for the evening. We've kind of given predictions as we've gone along, and we've done this and that with regards to predictions. I'm not going to predict anything at the minute. I'm sticking with my guns. Galea to win it overall. But I'm interested in yourself, Delta. What do you think? Are you going to stay or are you going to switch?
I don't want to call it. I'll stay because I've already committed to it in a way. Though it could go either way. Like, both sides, they've got the quality. Galea with that comeback to really make a statement in game 2. Triton, to fight on against the odds. Take round after round, chip away, and then eventually come with the goods in map 1. I can't call it.
No, I don't think any of us can call it. I think we are ready, however, and I think we have all the players ready to go, so we will be switching to gameplay in a few seconds. What an evening, though, and again, once again, thank you very much to ACER Predator for having us along for the journey once again. Obviously, I mentioned this previously, and I'll mention it once again. Once again, Delta. I've been on this journey with them now since the very beginning. Helped them set up a PUBG tournament right at the very beginning of lockdown, and all these games are put together for Curry's PC World Gaming, as well as Dixon Staff also, to give them something to do as we progress through what is now the new normal. And I said that with quotation marks because that is what it feels like it is at the minute. Me and you talked a little bit briefly earlier on, Delta, about what we've been doing throughout lockdown. I think gaming has definitely been one. I've pretty much revitalized my life journey on Siege. I've now become an avid Siege player. Thank you to you and McCready, of course, for convincing me on that. And also been playing like a lot of COD and a lot of World of Warcraft, which probably isn't the best of ideas to get re-addicted to World of Warcraft. What sort of games have you been playing? Obviously, other than Rainbow Six Siege.
So Rocket League is probably the game that I came from. Been playing that a lot. I recently got back into Arma 3. I became the one of the PR kind of people handling the Twitch streams and that for fkgaming.eu, and playing a lot of games with them. Just last night, I think I actually discovered that I shared Planetary Annihilation Titans with a couple of them, a game I've not picked up for a long time. So I was quite excited to hear that they enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's going to be that's going to be exciting to play, at least anyway. So me personally, I've been streaming quite a lot more. I am a Twitch streamer to begin with. Then I started playing PUBG. And then went from PUBG to casting work, and I now stream and cast, so I do a bit of both on a weekdaily basis. Tomorrow, I'm actually doing my first Omegle stream. Take from that what you will, Delta. I'm excited from it. I'm excited. I mean, I think it's going to be a good. I think it's going to be a good night. I just, I'm also very nervous about it as well at the same time. I had a test run last night with a few friends, and it seemed to go well. It is just a case of now trying to figure out all the individual bits and pieces. Oh,
this first round is gonna kick off with a couple of strange teleport choices. A big rotate around, and all of a sudden the A site very much contested. They're having Triton to rotate around manually. Plant will go down on default in A site, and it's going to be very difficult to contest. The ice goes down, which is going to slow greens down.
I really wish we had replays working for that, but that Galea
Archer.
That's sorry, where is it here? That Reyna play then to push it on to A site was perfect.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And Archer there opening his account with a pick onto greens and then sealing it with kill number 3 in round 1.
Yep, indeed. I mean, if it's early round, we're not going to really discuss what's going to happen and how it's going to happen, but we've seen the momentum that Galea can fetch into a game, and we've seen what they can do once they start bringing that kind of speed and ramping things up a bit more. We're actually seeing a buy round coming in from Tritian as well. Spending on a first round is not always the best of ideas.
Risky, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I think they're doing that perhaps because Galea, they're good when they really get going, and Triton, I think they just want to stop this Galea income before it really gets going. So by full buying, they're really hoping to cut this Galea's income game in half. Not going to work too effectively though, as Dartanix will open his account against Mammoth at a nice headshot. Ills in a reasonably predictable place for Noddy and Dartanix to both pop round, Vavin falling and then Noddy getting Ills. Greens will hold this angle and stop or rotate onto B, but it doesn't matter because the teleport is going to be used and the whole team is now stacked A. Legrees will take a headshot onto Archer. Dartanix will get the refrag for the kill number 3 of the round. Greens having to rotate around the slow way, and honestly, against 4 Galea members, you wouldn't back him, would you?
No, I mean, the shoulders are broad, but I don't think they're that strong.
Absolutely, and we know how talented Greens is, but whether you can clutch this out, well, there it is. No equipment, the real V2, even with an SMG, able to outrange him.
Yeah, I actually despise that SMG pistol as well. I can't remember the name of it now. It's Tech 9, but Auto Tech 9 is what I've been calling it whenever I stream Valorant. It's one of the least favorite guns in Spike Rush. And again, it's the same as that, as well as the Odin. The minute I get that, I just fall to pieces because I just cannot control the spray pattern.
We are going to see a couple of very spread out attempts from this Galea side, aren't they? They're probing the defences and using the teleports very effectively so far.
Yeah, I mean, I casted a game of Valorant on the weekend before last for a company called Patchworks, and it was very much similar to this, in the sense that both teams were quite strong, quite aggressive against each other, but the teleport was very rarely used. And a map like this where it's part of the meta, it's strange not to see it being used. But these guys making full use of it and to great effect on each other as well.
Legrees hoping to get a pick before the Brimstone can retreat, but Noddy will actually pick him out. Legrees falling to Noddy. Greens getting a kill in return on Archer. Dartanix trying to secure this A site, and it's worked. Galea will take a 3-round advantage.
That is the biggest issue with Reyna, is when she does use the use her orb to pull the healing back. You can predict exactly where that player is going to be. It's like just basically follow the line and then hit whatever's at the end of the line. So that is the downside disadvantage of using it from distance, which is why you tend to find your Reyna players are much more aggressive, up close and personal players, because they can pull that that healing power before another player is able to spot out where they are. 3-0 at the moment though. Galea leading the charge.
Yeah, it's a big, it's a big boon to have, isn't it? Having a Reyna on the team, because it means that you can have that source of aggression. We're going to see a very slow, calculated push onto B. Toxic coming out. Archer risking it and not taking damage. The slow push will continue, and there's only one person realistically actually on B.
Well, I mean, Grez is there as well, but look at this split between 2 and 2. Spike does get dropped.
Some big picks coming out with Vivinen and Legrees picking up some big kills, and the spike is now held. The rotate has come round from Brimstone, who picks off the rotate into spawn. Omen will pick off Dartanix though as a roaming jet as she rotates back to site. It's now up to Brimstone in the hands of Noddy to try and clutch out this round. The smokes will go down, distracting the team.
Unlucky.
Vivian spots Noddy first and puts him down. 3rd kill of the round. And Triton will take their first round of the map.
What Noddy had done is, while we were watching the push go in and the Grease and Green... the Grease and Vavin kind of cleared out the rest of the side. Noddy was already around the back of side at that point, so he was waiting for the rotation player to come round and just smashed anything that was in front of him.
Yeah, that side of the A side, of the B side, sorry, is so powerful if an attacker can get in there, because they can dig in like a tick and do so much damage. The freeze, early freeze, comes out onto that mid push area. Fortunately, the rest of the team aren't there. Greens with the operator will get a big kill onto Archer early doors. The spike still kind of flip-flopping. It's going to eventually start pushing a little bit up main. Quietly, sneaky breaky like. But only holding the angles, not actually pushing too much. The doors and corners are going to get checked. Oh, looking into the corner far too long. As Legrees picks off Real V2 and secures the spike, and that's big. If you're the spike, I don't know why you're peeking, and like, you know, doors and corners.
Doesn't make any sense for him to, at all. But I mean, worse things have happened.
You're not wrong. Triton taking their 2nd round against Galea in this map 3.
Yep, indeed. We didn't really talk about the agents before map start, but I mean, it's pretty much what we've seen for the last 2 maps from them anyway. So not really much to like kind of add into it. But at the same time, it's it really is like a back and forth at the minute on this map, at least anyway. Obviously, we saw what happens when they got kind of start rolling forward rounds after round, but at the minute it does seem to be coming back to that little bit more of a balanced game like we were watching earlier.
Yeah, perhaps Triton just haven't practiced as much on map 2. You know, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Mammoth will get a big kill. Oh my god, Green, stop it. I think that was 2 kills with 1 shot with the AWP, and that's a 4.
It is a 4th.
What?
That is just...
unreal. Greens, take a bow as he levels things up for his team.
Yeah, and I know obviously 3-minute delay, but for the chat interaction side of things, thank you very much, Tipner, for letting me know what the name of the gun was, so I wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight not knowing. But otherwise, looking at that Greens just, we mentioned this in the last map, and I'm going to fetch you back up purely because it's a good point of interest now. He was definitely lacking as far as gameplay in the last map. There wasn't a lot of frags on the table for him. He wasn't really making maneuvers like you saw in the first game, but he's really picking the pace up in this, and I'm liking it so far.
Yeah, it's a lot more aggressive, and as a result, we're seeing the frags.
Oh, and that is the frenzy.
Darkness picks up a kill on Phil's. Vivian. I will never say his name correctly, will I? I'm just doomed to mispronounce it for all time.
Yeah, Vin Vavin.
I have put so many vowels and consonants in there that don't deserve to be in there. It's unreal.
Let's just do. We'll do this. Okay, it's the last map anyway. We're gonna call him Viv or Vinny.
Vinny. There we go. I like that.
Vinny. There you go. We'll do Vinny. Yes. Very. So we went from 3 rounds on the bounce to now being 4-3. That is
impressive, isn't it? Triton.
From Tritian.
They can dig deep. It's brilliant. Galea, they're going to go for a measured approach fully onto ACER, and they're going to get the first pick. Archer with a nice kill to Greens.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Archer also picking up Mammoth with a nice headshot. They're going to ice off that upwards area. But they've left the spike behind. They cleared sight, but a bit of miscommunication there. It gives Triton the chance to actually intercept, but Lils is just going to let everyone walk past. He's going to wait. Oh, Archer with the big brain Galaxy Brave plays. The spike will get planted. Noddy will pick up the grease, and now It's just unfortunate. They had every opportunity. They left Spike behind, Galea, and yet they somehow were able to finish the round.
I kind of want to say this, okay? Omen leaving those players go past, I understand it completely. Like, it makes perfect sense. You're feeding info then into the rest of the players. Yeah, you're feeding info, right? Okay, there's 3 rotating now. There's 1 rotating now. Or in this case, there's 1 rotating. I think he's got Spike. That way, then you can stack up the rest of the defense. But wasn't any defense on site. There was nothing there to really stop anything from happening. Spike still went down, and they were able to hold it off. It's confusing to watch.
Yeah, that allowed Galea to equal things up. Very quiet in the opening stages of this round. Archer will pick up the first kill once again, and a second. Getting a refrag onto greens. Vinny will get an authorized kill onto Noddy. Get a 3v3. I misspeak though, as Vinny also gets a kill onto Archer, and he goes on a tear and gets a third onto Phil. The spike does make its way onto site in the little compartments there to the west of A. Don't think they actually know yet. The calls haven't gone out.
Don't think they do. I mean...
There it is. Darthnix gets a kill of his own onto Vivi. Ends the streak, but Legrees will pop Darthnix. 5-4 then to Triton.
We're back and forward, back and forward, back and forward. We've seen how this works. We watched it in the first map. You know, this is classic from both teams. You know, yes, the last map that we watched in the best of 3, the second map, was very much a whitewash as far as I are concerned, pushing Tritian into map 3. But this is what we saw in map 1. You know, both teams kind of going back and forward with each other, neck and neck, to try and get as many rounds, get the damage dealt, hit the economy as much as they can. There's a lot of activity between the two. I'm really enjoying this matchup. I think it's one of probably the best matchups between two teams that you've seen, you know, from the sort of Currys and PC World gaming nights. You know, to have two such well balanced teams going up against each other, I'm very enjoying it.
Yeah, you know, it's incredible. Over the course of 3 maps so far, they're only separated by 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Oh, Mammoth going on a tear, closing that mid to A assault in its tracks for 3 kills. Archer's got everything to do here. We know he's got the skill to do it, but it's a very tall order, especially given that they haven't got Spike yet. Spike very much covered by this Triton side. He's going to have to do something special to try and retrieve it.
Yeah, he's giving he showed a little bit too much thigh there. That's probably the professional way of putting it. Getting caught as well by utility as it's popping up around him. Oh, that's well played there to take Mammoth down.
Very well played.
It does also mean that he's slowed down a little bit now. And those rotations are already making their way through the side.
But the auto queue will have been made. You see there, the call was made, and Venom rotating around to the B site. They know what is up.
I still think he's going to go here. Oh, look at that.
It's a big, great teleport. But it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out, and Archer is able to heal again. Oh no, not like this. There we go, unlucky.
Oh, jeez.
Archer very nearly clutching that out for his team, but Triton will take round 6. Archer, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Oh yeah, dude. He wants as much as he possibly can out of this. You know, he literally. I see wants as much as he can out of this. I think all the players want as much as they can out of this. This is the final map. You know, we're not going to go any further after this. And you know, you can see the 2 players that are standing out at the minute, Grease and also Archer. You know, both at separate ends of the spectrum as far as the teams that they're on, but at the same time, they're both leading the charge for for each other's teams as far as the KD ratio is concerned. I still favour Galea in this, because I think that Tritian are going to start slowing down at some point, like we've seen them do before, but 6-4. I
might be wrong. Feel free to double check and correct me. But I think every player on Triton so far has MVP'd the end of a map. And that just shows that just shows you the depth that they've got in this team. We are going to see Galea full stack on B side. He's torn between challenging teleporter or heaven. push will come out. And Sage is now struck with a difficult choice to make. Reyna will come out, but Legrees will get downed. Sorry, Legrees will down Archer. And the push onto B site will be cut out. Spike carrier is killed. Triton have the spike in hand.
You can see Lil's in an awful position there behind wall.
Oh, those nice shots coming out from Greens. Showing the quality that he's got, and now Galea, Dartanix, he's in a 1v2, and given the positioning of the players, you'd have to ban Triton to take this. Crossover will go down, Dartanix will actually pick up another kill, making his third, and clutching out the round. Also picking up an ult along the way, fantastic job there.
Omen, the only player now not with an ult, but of course we saw what would have been a very, very good ult from him a few minutes ago, you know, trying to delay the spike plan. This is a big round from Tritian. You know, they need this round. Obviously, they want this round to push themselves at a 2-round advantage, but look at the ults they've got available to them. You know, you've got some very, very, very good ults to win this final round before the swap.
Both teams have, and there we are, we're gonna see Noddy use his ult almost immediately to take out Greens, a power player.
Definitely.
Another ult coming out from Mammoth, and as we're seeing all the ults come out, Archer getting a kill onto Mammoth mid-ult. Dartanix with those arrows, those flying knives, ready to carve up anyone who comes near her. The plant will go down as Galea look to even things up at the halfway point.
Dartex is just like...
Oh, Dartex, stop it.
Slicing and dicing.
Kills.
Just slicing and dicing everything that's up there. Now, they wouldn't have heard teleport go off because of the distance between the two of them. But at the same time, you can't blame him for hunting, and Jet is the hunter at the minute, pushing out quite a distance away from sight. Phoenix is with her, though. Phoenix is actually now going to be the one to push around, potentially try and get the last frag onto Lils. No. That was close. Lils, we found out, and the real V2 will finish that first half for us.
Yeah, fantastic
6-6.
gameplay from both teams. 6-6, you know, it doesn't get any tighter than that. You'd love to see it.
You definitely do. And it's, again, we can't call it either way. Like, I'm sticking with Galea. At the same time, Tritian are just on the upward, you know, sort of approach at the minute. They're just bouncing through rounds. This is crazy.
Very competitive final we've got here. You know, the culmination of a fantastic evening of gaming.
Yeah, a massive evening of gaming. And again, thank you to ACER Predator for having all of us here to help out with this. We do appreciate it, and I think we more than appreciate it, we all very much enjoy it as well at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be involved. Always a good laugh. And some amazing gameplay always on offer. You're going to see Triton with a very spread out attack. They're going to leave the spike behind for momentarily. Vavin will pick up the first frag of the half.
Yep, indeed.
Ooh, Greens with a nice kill on Archer, and that makes it a 5v2. And start to push. Ooh. Dartanix playing in that kind of little chambers area. Able to stymie the attack, but will get tagged up for his trouble. The Splant will go down. Real V2 will start trying to fight back against Mammoth. He'll get a headshot, but be unable to tag up anyone else. 3v1, and you'd have to back Triton to take this one.
Yeah, unless Real V2 can pull something out of the bag here, which it's you know, you got a HP advantage over their Sage, but Omen and Viper are still up and operational.
Oh, if he got that kill, it was possibly on, maybe.
Yeah.
He had the time, but unfortunately
look at the
he
health.
gets tagged up.
I was going to say, look at the health pool left in Viper as well. That's so minimal.
Triton then
Tiny.
taking the first round of this second half, and I don't think they've actually come out on a pistol round and won it yet against Galea. So that is big. They're now going to have the economic advantage going into this second round. And they could potentially build up a head of steam here.
7-6. I mean, back and forward very much, and big buy run coming in from Triton, even. Been a long day.
I
think we should have
unconsciously been pronouncing it.
variation.
Oh, absolutely. Every different way you could possibly. I've added an I in there. I don't know how many times.
Either way, it's been very good games to watch.
You're not wrong there. As we see Tritanium push long on B, almost a full stack.
Yep, indeed. I didn't want to keep pushing
Noddy
it.
with a pair of fantastic headshots to stymie that assault in his tracks, and also kind of half secured the spike in heaven. Oh, the Grease with a big kill onto the real V2 is able to now secure that spike, but will fall to Archer. Archer with a big headshot.
Kind of favour the Grease on this one. I mean, he's got the health pool advantage over, at least, over one of the players.
He does, but he is drifting very far from sight.
He is indeed. Super far from sight. You look at it from this angle, though, I mean, yes, he's far away from Spike, but he's got the side advantage of it, so he's able to get back into position to take them down. I don't agree with the positioning, but at the same time, I don't disregard it either. Oh, gets the first open.
I don't know why they went for frags.
He's doing it to clear the site out if he can, but the Grease has got that every day of the week, and Noddy falls. So what had happened was, the reason why he's, obviously, we know why he's pushed back up. The Grease is pushed up to see if the spike is being sorted. In this case it isn't, but he's caught one player crossing. In his effort then to clear the rest of the site out, he stays in that position, but you've then got, I believe it was Archer, come around the outside to have a look to see, if he can provide cover to the worst possible position that a player could come from, which is that angle. So the Grease has done the right thing. Archer's done the right thing. He's just not come off on the right. He hasn't come off on the better side of it like the Grease has.
Yeah, the game sense from both players was really quite good. It's just unfortunately the Grease could get the shots on target faster. Viv will actually check the corner and get a headshot onto Phil. Big early pick.
Yeah.
Fakes the orb pickup, but doesn't actually end up picking up a kill. Archie with a big double kill. Just kills that A advance stone dead, turning it into a 4v3. The spike will go on to B though, with the numerical advantage, as nobody and Sova Mammoth falling. Oh, nobody stop it. Noddy with a big clutch in the end there. Not the numerical clutch, but just some incredible aiming. 3 kills. I mean, you'll love to see it.
We see numerical clutch. It's the transition from one to the other. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I've got all 3 of them. I'm good. He's not had a moment to breathe realistically in that fight. He's had to stay on his toes. He's had to continuously fight through it like that. Very good gameplay from Noddy. Even if it means that we go 8-7. It's just the momentum between the two sides has been non-stop, if that makes sense. There's been no kind of end to the fight between both these sides.
Yeah, especially in this last map, it's just been. I don't think there's ever actually been a difference more than one round.
No.
This last match, they're both going at it hammer and tongs, and it shows as we have a doom stack approaching this B site. 5v2. One rotate comes out onto the A long teleport. As we start to see defenders pushing into B, they've based the rotate and now they use the teleport to quickly try and stack A. With the entry, will not quite pick up Phil, but Greens is there for the refrag. All of a sudden, they've got alpha control. Daltonic still peeking out that Bravo because he knows that the Omen is still there. Omen's still very much presenting a threat, but they can now either push for a flank or go through teleport, which is what he opts to do in the end. Spike is down. Triton very much with alpha control. As the real V2 falls to the knees. Dartanix. Oh. Stuck
Just
with
not
an
enough.
awkward weapon for such an angle, such a distance. And Triton will take a 2-round advantage.
Just such good gameplay coming from Triton again. They're making use of the man advantage. They're making use of the push. It's going quite nicely for them, and I can see them potentially pushing this all the way to the end. If I'm honest with you, 9-7 at the moment. It's not a huge round difference, but at the same time, if that momentum is already starting to build up, and you look at the sort of money factor into it as well. Also, I can't see it going any other way than Triton taking round 10. I don't know what your opinion is.
I don't even want to call it Triton. They've got a head of steam now. They've got that confidence that comes. They're full stacking onto sides in their gameplay. Their macro strategy is coming off very, very well. Greens with a big kill onto Phil there. His aim's woken back up. The fatigue surely affecting both of these teams, but I don't know what's happening here. But Triton's Spike Roman has gone for a rotate round into A long, and it's gonna fall. Why did he rotate?
I don't know. I'm struggling to figure out why as well.
Misplay.
It is, and that gives Triton in round 10.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, Triton, they had the numbers, it worked, but my word, Omen, Galea could well have clutched that out, having Spike control. That was very, very bad play. I hate to call it out, but it was bad play from the Omen.
I agree with you though. It's not BM for you to say that if it's true, and it is true in this case. That potentially could be. That could potentially push you on the downward spiral to losing this entire map.
Triton, though, with the 10th rounds, they only need 3 more to actually clutch it all out. Legrees will pick up the first kill on Noddy. The stack is on mid to B.
You can imagine as well from the voice perspective. These guys must be going. We've got these guys.
Oh, there it is.
We've got them.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Green's 5th. Oh, you can tell. You can tell they're hyped. A flawless round this late into the competition. They want it, and they only need 2 more rounds to get it.
In that voice channel right now, I can almost imagine it. They're going, we got these guys on the ropes. We can't lose this. We have to keep pushing forward. And they are. They are doing it exactly how they need to do it.
Absolutely. To speak it in my language, if I was playing rugby league right now, I'd be screaming, they don't want it. Because you do, don't you? You get yourself hyped up, and this is what happens. Triton, they're in form at the moment. They're hyped. So their reflexes just are a little bit tighter. The adrenaline's going. They've almost won. They just need to make sure they stay calm enough to pull it off. Phil will get the first kill onto Vivinen. It's not the Spike carrier, but Omen with the Spike is going on a little bit of a roam again. I don't think he knows he's got Spike. They need to get that in check because that could lose them crucial if it happens too often more. Legrees will pick up the multiple kills to push onto A. What a turnaround.
That is.
But again, Omen get on site with that Spike.
What a round. That's so well played.
Mammoth. Take a bow, son. Take a bow.
That is so well played. Just outclassing people.
And here we are in match point. Triton 12, Galea 7. Neither of us predicted this. So I'm kind of being proven right here that, whichever team you pick, doomed to lose.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can Galea turn this round?
I don't know if anyone is friends with any of the players from Galea, but give my apologies. Well, they need five rounds to take this to OT.
Steve, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I am seeing what you're seeing.
The spike has only just been picked up by Triton. They had one of their players rotate all the way back. Green's now having to rotate up to A 20 seconds later than the rest of his team. And it shows Archer picking up the first kill on Vivinin. Phil on the Greens. Into Tartnix onto Greens as well. Mammoth going a refrag, but a little too late to be effective. Spike control very firmly in Galea's hands, but they manage to actually spirit it away from Galea. They're going to go on a long roam now, but surely Galea are going to rotate back around.
It's a big rotation as well, but
it is.
These sites are already stacked.
The Galaxy Brain rotate onto the side that is still sacked.
Yeah, I was going to say it would be good if there was no one there.
Risky play. It could have worked out though. But Mammoth has now got, ironically, a Mammoth task, which he is not equal to, unfortunately. Big Galaxy Brain plays, and he got the ult orb, which the ult orb, which is a very that was a very good play. The rotation, that's a risk. It could have worked.
Need equipment.
Yeah, of course it could have.
Well, it could.
Well, yeah, it definitely could have worked. I mean, rotation would have been nice if there weren't as many players there. The rotation as in rotated to pull players off and then rotated back into site using the teleport. That would have been a very nice advantageous play, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out that way.
We do now, though, have Mammoth with a fully paired ult, which he's not going to drag out just yet. I got a bit prematurely excited there. You're going to see the Doomstack charge down on B. Through long and to window. Heaven being taken, although Greens falls to the real B2. There it is. Hunter's Fury comes out. He won't pick anything up just yet, but Legrees will take advantage of the distraction and pick up 2 kills off his own. The attention is now on Heaven. They've enveloped the site. Phil picking up a kill on Mammoth. Oh, that's a big kill, and that opens up the site for the plant. Galea in dire straits here. Oh, the window goes down as well. Phil,
this is it.
Puts him down, and Resnix, it's up to you to save everything. The respawn comes out, but he uses his ult. There's one.
That's it.
And there's the last. Vivinin with the final kill to seal Galea's fate. Triton are your winners.
Massive round of applause and GG's to Tritian taking that final map. It went all the way, and I mean very much all the way. Massive game, in fairness. Really enjoyed that. We can see from the end bracket screen that, as you said, Tritian are your map or your game winners for this evening. I don't really know what to say, mate, to be honest with you. What a way to finish that game off. We expected Galea to kind of push it through, and it didn't materialize.
Absolutely fantastic play there from Triton. Going against your prediction, my prediction, and just incredible scenes, really. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but these two teams were separated by 1 round.
Mm-hmm.
I think that says everything quite clearly.
It really does.
Someone in the chat, feel free to correct my math, because I'm almost convinced that I've got that wrong. But if I'm right, that's huge. 1 round separating these two teams.
2 very formidable teams coming up against each other. And I for one am glad that we and you had the chance tonight to sit down together and get this game on stream and get everything up and running. Massive shout out once again to Ace Predator for putting this together. Once again, also thank you to EsportsWales allowing us to host it. I hope the Curry's PC World Gaming guys have enjoyed themselves. I'm gonna say goodnight from me. My name is Reaper Steve. I am a Twitch streamer and a esports caster, and I do various games on stream. I also cast Counter-Strike, Valorant, and PUBG. Delta, my co-host and cohort for the evening. Do you want to introduce yourself? Introduce yourself. Say goodbye with yourself.
So I am Delta Bacon. I'm a relatively new esports caster and producer for EsportsWales. I cast Rainbow Six Siege, Rocket League for Club Clash EU, the finals of which are on Sunday. Shameless plug. And naturally, obviously, EsportsWales. And yeah, I cover a lot of different games. Hopefully, this was actually my debut casting Valorant. Hopefully, this leads to more stuff in the future. But for the here and now, I'm just, I'm incredibly privileged to have been here for this event. It's always good fun sitting alongside you, be it in the production chair or in the casting chair. Steve,
Thank you.
It's always an experience.
It is indeed.
For the love of God, sort out your predictions, man.
Yeah, my predictions are poor. I'm going to finish this off tonight by saying thank you as well also to the production guys in the background, McCready and Salty J, your observers for this evening, and Jakey with the production side of things, giving us the pretty dapper new overlays and everything else that we've been using for the last 5 hours or however long we've been shooting for. But thank you, good night, take it easy, and make sure you stay safe and wash your hands.